Most folks in Eberron live their lives hoping to survive and protect the ones they care about the most. A few do that and more, trying to help those around them, even the ones they don't know. But only one group does all that when no one else can. The King's Citadel. The ones who do the job no one else can do. Eleron, the Shield. A star-forged aegis whose strength lies in their shield, their armor, and their will to keep the Citadel and its mission safe. Merime, the Sword. A Kalashtar bard whose dreams have grown more troubled, the sight of her future grown more dim, but whose skill in battle, wisdom in counsel, and love for her sister and the Citadel has grown even stronger. Tantan, the Brain. A dragon-marked human artificer whose jovial demeanor conceals a deep curiosity, razor-sharp intellect, and long memory, with knowledge of what he did for the last war, and what he can or must do for the next one. Nisiana, the Heart. A dragon-marked halfling healer whose love for her sister is matched only by her desire to help and heal the members of the Citadel, even as the threats they face grow stronger and stranger, and even if she herself can't know where the next path might lead. Rowan, the Wild Card. A human wild magic sorcerer who's played a dangerous game for most of his life. Now he's gone all in to save his friends. But will he have the chips to pay if his bet is called? These 5 elite operatives came together to aid the salvage outpost of Salvation, where the Grey hovers nearby, a threat and a promise. With the Oracle of War, they found an artifact powerful enough to end a war, or begin one. They traveled to Sharn, City of Towers, and started to unravel the Oracle's mysteries while stopping assassination attempts from the Emerald Claw and the Nation of Thrain. They found Sky Blue, the daring thief somehow tied into the ancient draconic prophecy, and stopped the Claw operative Erulin Karnak before traveling back to Salvation and into the Grey to take down the repurposed Conclave outpost, repel a war-forged invasion, and take the fight to the Lord of Blade's secret fortress, Razorcrag. They found an elemental forge of great power and rescued both hostages from Salvation and the maker of the Oracle of War himself. But the cost, and Braelish soldiers and the mighty floating fortress Argoth taken by the Lord of Blades himself, was high. Now the King's Citadel must widen their world, traveling to the neighboring countries of Karnath, Thrain, and beyond. They've saved Salvation, navigated Sharn, and neutralized Razorcrag. But can they learn the Oracle's secrets, unmask the Emerald Claw, and stop a war? Only if they remember that in the end all they have is each other and the King's Citadel. Long live the King. Welcome to Eberron. Welcome to Corvair. Welcome to the world beyond Salvation. Yes, indeed. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, Arvanauts, to Season 4 of Drums of War. This is the new video produced by Peripheral Mike with Chrono Wolf's music that we have used, of course, from the very beginning. There are going to be a couple of tweaks, so we have to make a couple of adjustments to a few of the images in there, so we'll make a couple of corrections. But on the whole, I think another really great video from Mike, so thank you again to Peripheral Mike for doing that. We do a lot of videos from Mike on this channel. The introductory video you're going to be seeing next week with Beowulf is also done by him in his studio, so great stuff. I'm glad you like it, Hilmas. Also, welcome welcome to the East Coast, Illness, by the way. So yes, and thanks for the resub. And yes, welcome everybody to day 48 of D&D with Infinity and Beyond, Season 4 of Eberron, Oracle of War, a session we are calling Bitter Ashes for reasons which we will discuss. It is part of Season 4, which is known as the Drums of War, as we move into, eventually, My Undying Heart. We'll probably start that sometime later in this session. Or shifted over, but if not, then definitely in our next session we will be firmly into part 11 of Oracle of War. Hard to believe we've had 10 parts of this so far, and we are now solidly into the second half of the campaign, which I think is super cool. Before we go any further, a couple of reminders about ways to support the channel. If you haven't done so already, please follow the channel. Check out our YouTube with !ArvTube, and if you're watching me over on YouTube, thank you. Please subscribe over on YouTube and join us over on Twitch as well for all of the fun shenanigans with the rest of the crew. !ArvCord is our Discord channel. Please hang out with us in between streams. !Arv Tweets is my Twitter, where you can always, I'll always post when I'm going live. Same thing with the Blue Sky, !ArvSky, website arvaneleron.com. Financially, !Arv Shop is the merchandise area. You can get a lot of stuff, including swag for this very campaign. My shirt for this is downstairs. I'm not repping it today, but I know that Jen is repping it today. So you too can get some of this swag and have the shirt of the best bad idea we've ever had. That also can be you. You can do that very soon by getting that, and also support the channel by doing so. !Arv Treon is the Patreon. The Patreon has unique stuff that subbing does not get you. Subbing has unique stuff that the Patreon doesn't get you, so that's why I try to make it so it doesn't overlap. Although I will say that inspirations are available to our players from both the Patreon and the subsystems. We have reset inspirations, so they are all set for the month of January. So please join us in supporting the Patreon if you can, and please join us by subbing to the channel, as Hillness was kind enough to do just now. That is also always appreciated if you're able to do that. !Icarus for my graphic novel from Athos Arts. !Library is my Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library. That is my 5e adventure and source book, and features the Forbidden Library trilogy of adventures, the second of which will be put on at the Klein Memorial Auditorium in Bridgeport, Connecticut, coming up in just about 3 weeks, January 26th, Friday, January 26th, at the historic Klein Memorial Auditorium in Bridgeport, Connecticut. Tickets are free for that, but please do get them now because we really want to show that kind of interest and excitement that I think a lot of people feel for that live event, which will feature Return to the Forbidden Library. So you can get a sneak peek at that adventure by checking out !Library. And Gray Shade, my Gray Assassin trilogy. First two books, Gray Shade and Renegade, already out, as is the audiobook from our very own Trent Sparks of Gray Shade. The tabletop role-playing game from Brandon O'Brien will be coming out late this year. You can pre-order that now, and you can pre-order the final book in the Gray Assassin trilogy called Heretic, which I am working on rapidly as we speak. That will be out in the summer of this year. Last but certainly not least, BLM, Black Lives Matter, important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. Help Now, the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Very important to reach out to others when you need help, and reach out to others when they need help as well. And Ukraine, UKRAINE, to help the fine people of Ukraine who are fighting against an illegal and illegitimate war with bravery and courage, and send the message that we will do so for others in the future. Now, one last thing that I want to note just before we get started is I want to remind everybody about something I mentioned a few days ago, which is that one of our members, whose name is Terma, is dealing with a difficult situation at the moment, and specifically is facing eviction due to a medical disability, which he is in the middle of working through, and it has been a very difficult process, and really needs help. This is never a requirement for anyone to support this, but he is a member of the community, and I do think it's important for the community to sort of be aware when one of their own is dealing with stuff, even if it's just a matter of sharing this and spreading the word about it to others. That can be really helpful as well. I have contributed to it. Right now he has a $5,000 goal, and he has raised $555 of that, but I'm hoping that we're able to do more if we can. Again, it is never a requirement, but is always appreciated if people are able to support. So I did want to spread the word about that and let people know about that, because I told him that I would spread the word a couple times actually on the stream, so I did want to mention that as we're going through. do. Otherwise, we are going to be on now at Tuesday. I will be back for the premiere of Beowulf Age of Heroes session 1, I should say, which will feature Tari Tunes. You should definitely be back here at noon Eastern for Beowulf Age of Heroes. That's going to be a good time. And then I'll be over with a Talisman board game multiplayer game, which should be a lot of fun for GOG.com Pen and Pixels Tuesday afternoon. So that's what we've got coming up on the docket. It's going to be great. But for right now, I'm going to unmute myself and let the folks know that we are ready to go. And then I'm going to unmute them. And last but certainly not least, I'm going to head over to reveal what is once again the full crew. As you can see, they are here and they are ready to go. I hope the video met their expectations. We tried to put something together good. As I say, a few tweaks to be made. I have an understanding that someone is a character that may have been slightly modified and wants to, show all the new, the new chrome on the fender, so to speak. So
it's in our Discord chat, Arv. If you want to pull the photo down, you can show people.
Oh, I can show people right now.
Okay, yeah, I'm not going to let them wait until 2 weeks from now. It's pretty cool. I had for chat, I had Hannah redraw Elerion and upgrade them since they now do have actually plate armor, and I thought it was really cool. And we talked about the spikes that I've been using, the energy spikes, and of course, she did a phenomenal job as per usual.
All right,
super awesome. I'm really happy with it. Yeah,
there's one. Okay, so by the time I get to you, I should be able to have that all set. So
that sounds about right. Yeah,
I hope everyone liked it. And
awesome video. Absolutely.
Thank you. Yeah, congratulations again to Peripheral Mike for the amazing work that he did, and I was very happy how that came out. I didn't know when we first started it if that is the first time we ever did something like, from a production point of view, fairly ambitiously having a season that we changed the video around, but it's actually worked out really well. Mostly it's trying to summarize stuff and keep the video at a reasonable length, because you all been through a bunch, right? I'm just so then this happened and this happened and this happened. And,
yeah.
Remember we were all fighting undead in a house and we thought that would be the biggest obstacle.
It's like when you start telling people about your D&D campaign.
Yeah, it's just stop. You're like, and then this.
Anyway, no, there was too much. Let me sum up.
Exactly. Let me start with the gentleman at the bottom left of the ziggurat. It is good to see Tren. Tren, Happy New Year. Last time I saw you was 2023. It's been a year.
I know.
It's just amazing. And now we're back here. How are you, my friend? How's life in the universe with you? Who are you playing? I'll come back to talk about the level bonuses in a minute. But for right now,
and
who are
away
you playing?
Goes Brandon.
Ah, man, the internet. The internet is the thing. Okay, but you have not been affected. Your picture is still normal. So now is the time. How you doing, Trent? How's life with you, and who are you playing tonight?
I'm doing pretty good. The last time we played, which was like a week ago.
Yeah.
It's so weird to see you people so consistently. Week after week. God.
I know.
But since then, the speculative fiction anthology that I did for the NASA JPL and Caltech folks has been released.
Okay.
It's out there, and I'm going to put the link to one of the places that you can find it in chat. It's called Inner Space and Outer Thoughts. And it has the little sample button that you can click at the bottom to listen to a retail sample of it. And part of that is, that one is on that website is me with a part of a story called Yuansu's Second Law of Evolutionary Design. But one of the other sites, they used one of the ladies that was narrating with us, Iba Armankas, and it's her reading the acknowledgements. And I was like, okay, that's a choice, I guess. Not a very dramatic, meaty kind of thing, but okay.
Well, I was going to ask if it was done dramatically, though, no. To the editor in the land of... No, okay.
No.
Okay.
She's a brilliant narrator. I just would have thought they would have chosen something better than that. Anyway, so yeah, that's out. It's available. It's for some reason not on Audible yet. I don't know why. It's everywhere else that I've seen, that I've looked. But it's a pretty cool book.
Awesome.
Who am I playing? I am playing a guy named Miatentin Tagashaw.
It's right there in the video, Trent. You can just see it right there.
Which the fire looked amazing at the beginning of that thing. That fire was fire.
It was also very loud when I first turned it on before I got it set. It was like crackle, crack. I'm like, oh God. I'm like, wait, whoa, let's dial
My
it back.
eardrums are burning.
You know, yeah, exactly.
S'mores out of my timpani. Anyway, yeah, he is a human dragon marked artificer who has a mechano good boy named Spanner that is kind of Spanner too. But yeah, he's yeah, we're just heading home. And you know, you may need to, if you're redoing the opening video, stop telling people we are in the King's Citadel. It's supposed to be a secret.
Yeah.
It's a secret to them, but it's not a secret to the viewers. That's what makes it so satisfying. They know that you're the secret agent. It's like saying, you know, don't ever tell the viewers that James Bond is a secret agent. Like, no, man.
What?
You know, yeah, spoilers. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, no. The King said it's okay for the viewers to know. That's all. If this video ever gets shown in like the Emerald Claw headquarters, then we got a problem. You know,
well,
that's
well,
yeah.
You know, maybe just ditch the whole like secret operative thing and you just start waving a flag around like we are the we've decided
it's like
to
a tour guide.
Yeah. We're gonna forego the stealth. Now we just wanted it. Anyway, but welcome, Trent. Always a pleasure to have Trent here. You will also see Trent back here, folks, in a couple of weeks for the for his opening session of Beowulf Age of Heroes. This Tuesday coming up is Tari Tunes. Week after that will be Trent. So anyway, but a pleasure to have Trent here. Also a pleasure to have Marie with us as always. It's good to see Marie Bilodeau with us. Good to see you, Marie. How is life in the universe with you? Happy New Year as well. Yeah, how's it been for the last year since I saw you last? How you doing and who are you playing?
it's been a long time.
It's been 84 years.
My back. I'm good. We had fun. We had like basic New Year's where we went to a friend's, but we had to go. One of our cats is diabetic, so we went to their place after giving the cat his shot at like 6:30 p.m. and then we ordered pizza at their place, and then we played House on Haunted Hill. No, Betrayal.
Betrayal on the House of the Hill. Yeah.
Yeah, I love that game. So we played a shot of that. We got the whole mansion built. That never happened. It was great. And then one of the people we were with is a doctor, so he was in between two 24-hour on-call shifts. So, so at 11, I'm like, we're gonna go.
Yeah.
You get some sleep.
What, a doctor, and it was on Happy New Year's that this was happening? Like a doctor on New Year's on call, man. That's,
he was going to be on call on New Year's. He's a neurologist, so it's like, you know, a specific type, but, you know, he was on New Year's on call, and he was on the 30th on call, so this was the 31st, and they're 24-hour shifts, right? So, like, okay, you go sleep. We're going to go.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I was in bed by midnight, and I slept great. So, yeah, Happy New Year. Yay, 2024. And it was fun today because Carrie was playing. Do you guys know B. Dylan Hollis? He has, right? I thought you would, Jen. He has all these videos that he does of like making old recipes, and Carrie loves like 1950s Jello salads and stuff. Like we've been making those forever. But she made 1970s. She got his cookbook and made these 1970s banana oatmeal cookies.
Oh yeah.
And they are
good. If I
they're so good.
Wow.
They're like little poofy.
I recommend you guys look into tasting history as well.
Yes, tasting history is also fun. My brother's obsessed with that one. But yeah, so I got these little squishy banana oatmeal cookies fresh out of the oven, very warm and comfortable. I see your face, Trent.
Very nice. I hope you're filling your bingo card out, Chad. I hope that you're, you know.
I've just got a paint roller just across the whole thing.
They're very delicious. Someday, Trent. Someday. So I am playing a very beloved bard. I'm playing Mirime Hawksmord, a College of Swords bard who is shiny, has a good time adventuring with her sister and her friends, is not enjoying so much the whole like drums of war stuff happening right now. Like that has a very negative vibe.
Yeah.
So we're gonna work on that. You know, maybe with a song or two. So
I'm sure that will certainly be fit the tone of an episode that I've titled Bitter Ashes. So I can't imagine why that wouldn't fit perfectly with
I can work
her
with
next
that in
her
the
next
song.
hit album. That's the title.
exactly. Just think of yourselves as being in the beginning of Return of the Jedi, right? Like Empire was rough, but you know now it's all starting to look up. It's all going to come up roses at some point. Yes. Yeah. You're like, nah, don't see.
Nice try.
Yeah, well, look, I mean, I am very excited to have Marie with us as always. Thank you, Marie. Moving right along. Also, I will just mention quickly something for John to think about is that in YouTube chat, Dale Davis, who's also known as UberJager67 on Twitch, asks whether you took your name, and I assume we mean Alarian's name, from one of the cultures in the Master of Orion PC game. And so just be thinking about that. You can answer it when it comes to you. Because that's a good, the reason I think that's funny is because Catalyst does have the license for Master of Orion with the board game stuff. So I was curious about that. But anyway, don't answer that now. Just think about it.
I won't.
And I will come on to, I won't ever answer it actually. I will come on to Brandon O'Brien, who is here. Happy New Year as well, Brandon O'Brien. Welcome. It's good to see you. Quick shout out. I read the poem that was on Strange Horizons a few months back. The topic was fathers, and I can't remember now the title of it, except that it was, as always, really badass. And so I just wanted to let you all know you should immediately go and buy Brandon's poetry books, etc., because that poem was awesome. I just wanted to say that. How are you, Brandon? How's life with you, and who are you playing today?
Hi, everybody. Thank you for that. The name of that poem is The Creature from the Black Lagoon is Your Father.
That's right.
I think that's in this book, isn't it?
It was very good.
It is not. It is not, actually. I wrote that like fairly recently. There is a reference to The Creature from the Black Lagoon in a poem because the line, The Creature from the Black Lagoon is Your Father, is the line from a song by Lord Melody, who is featured in the poem, featured in one of the autograph poems in the book, which is why it was on my mind. And it's very weird that you brought that up because I've been having a lot of feelings about fathers recently out of nowhere. I have an essay that will be upcoming in Uncanny Magazine sometime very, very soon that is also on the topic of fatherhood. So I had to consume a lot of media and form a lot of opinions about fatherhood in media, including but not limited to Gendo Ikari from Neon Genesis Evangelion. Which, if you know anything about Evangelion, if you're talking about fathers, that's a lot of topic to cover if you're bringing up Gendo. So yeah, that's been actually very awkwardly on my mind very recently. So yeah, I'm glad that you enjoyed that poem. It's one of those poems that I'm glad people enjoy, but I hated writing it, and I'm glad that it's out of my brain now.
Yeah, I mean it's intense for sure, but it has that, and has a wonderful cadence as always. So anyway, it just struck me, and I thought it was good. So, but how's life otherwise, and who are you playing?
Life is good with me. It is now 2024, and I can tell you 2025 is going to be my year, folks.
Happy New Year. Wait till next year.
We're only 6 days in.
I know.
No, right? Like, you know that, I can't remember what show it was from. I've been having a hell of a week. It's only Wednesday.
Oh, man.
But I mean, I'm mostly joking, but part of it is that in an effort to be more productive, to be more thoughtful about the ways in which I can be productive, I mentioned on the stream that I had, my first stream of 2024 over on my channel, that I got an app for on my phone called Timo. That is very good. It's a very good app. But then I discovered that the thing that makes apps so bad for me as productivity tools is notification fatigue cannot be resolved with more notifications.
Oh.
So I use it to plan my day, and then I never want to see it again until I need to plan my day again. But what I also discovered in the process of setting up that app, and I got a new email client because I was having email issues, so I wanted to see if using something other than Outlook would make my email life better, and it does. And I started putting stuff into my calendars and stuff, and I realized I do a lot. The problem is so much is happening, and I don't know what to focus on, and I need to figure out what those things are. So a lot of this year, I have already resigned in my head as a lot of things are not going to work, but this is the year of figuring out what works and not beating myself up about what doesn't work.
Yeah.
Because otherwise you get 2023, where I felt busy and accomplished very little. So we'll see how that looks. And that's why I say 2025 will be my year, because my output will probably be very minimal, but at least I'll be constantly doing things that matter, which is the goal. And one of those things is to start streaming again. So let's see how that goes. So yeah. Hi everybody, I'm Brandon O'Brien, poet, writer, and game designer from Trinidad and Tobago. You may know me from such works as almost everything that happens on a Sunday on this channel.
Yep.
And from the Grey Shade RPG, which is upcoming, and we have a future chat about some of the stuff that we're going to be putting in that book very, very soon.
Yep.
But tonight you will see me play Rowan Shallow, a man who is not dead yet. Despite all of the universe's attempts to make it so, and all of Rowan's personal attempts to not let Luciana stop that from happening. So yeah, let's see what this very tired, very angry sorcerer has in store for us today.
Yeah, more of the feels for sure. Yeah, I should change the wild card part instead of be like, because that's supposed to be Hilar Bersal, who's the one narrating the video. And so the idea of just like Rowan Shallow, the man who is not dead yet, like just like have everyone refer to him like that. It fits the vibe. Sorry, Trent, you were gonna say.
Well, I was gonna say that line that you were talking about is from 30 Rock.
The one who's the one who's not, which line? The one that you just said?
It's Wednesday, Melon.
Oh, the Wednesday. Oh, okay. 30 Rock. That sounds like it would be a 30 Rock thing, actually. Exactly, Lady Passion. Wait, I'm not dead yet. I can dance and I sing. Also, again, Dale Davis says in YouTube chat, I feel Brandon's pain. So far this year, I've gotten the flu, leak in the roof over the kitchen, hot water heater went out, one of our dogs bit the other significantly enough to take them to the vet. 2024 sucks so far. Yeah, that's a lot to happen in 6 days. That's so
just getting it all out early.
Yeah, exactly. Happy New Year is not quite the, but listen, the Steelers won, so we have that. I was waiting for the silence for everyone. Like, that's great. That's great.
I don't even know what a Steeler is.
A team that doesn't win enough. But yeah.
I do wish that user a better going forward into 2024.
Yeah, amen to that. But it's always a pleasure.
Here's the adamantium pipes.
Yes, that's right. Oh God, adamantium pipes or an adamantium dog. That way, wouldn't get hurt. That works for Spanner, not adamantium. But always a pleasure though to have Brandon with us. Also a pleasure to have Jennifer Brozick with us, who is, as I mentioned, repping the best bad idea we've ever had Eberron shirt, King Citadel shirt. Jen, how are you? Happy New Year. How's life in the universe with you? Who are you playing today, etc.?
Marie's also repping it, and John's actually also.
Oh wait, are you? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't. I beg your pardon. See, my shirt's downstairs.
That's it. I'm out.
Look, see, this is why we're supposed to communicate that we're going to be in uniform in advance.
I was supposed to. Yeah, normally I wear the thing. I was at a basketball banquet for my 7-year-old who got a medal for his participation in basketball. So I have an excuse, but still.
No, you weren't wearing it under your shirt.
I know. I should have.
I'm going to rip off the shirt.
The hell with your medal, everyone! Look at.
I'm going to quote an actor.
Normally, I don't wear the T-shirt, but I was out playing Pokemon Go until like just before we got here because it's Community Day, and I'm a giant geek, and I like to play Pokemon Go with my husband.
Did you catch anything?
Yes, lots of shinies.
Nice.
I caught not all of them, but I caught many of them.
Because you got to catch them all. It's like a command,
right?
It's like in this, yeah.
Yes, but you know what? I'm old. I pick and choose. I don't have time for that. I'm not like the little tiny kid they send out.
This is true.
I'm doing well. I have actually had a pretty good beginning of the year. I haven't broken anything. I'm writing. I'm editing a very, very dense Shadowrun novel for Catalyst that is not written by me. It's written by somebody else who y'all are gonna love. And I'm also writing my own Shadowrun novel. What else am I doing? I actually added up how much healing I did.
Oh.
I didn't do any of the spells that weren't healing, just the healing. So you know how the spoils of war was 950 with 6 silver.
I think I remember that.
And then there was the fortunes of war, which was only 572 with 1 silver.
Mm-hmm.
We skated by on that one.
Yes. So the dogs of war. 2,504 and 5 silver.
Wow.
How much of that was just Rowan?
I have no idea.
You didn't even, and that, like, you look, you got through your deductible though, Jen. Think of it that way. Like,
Yes. So far, total for this campaign, Nisiana has earned for her house over 4,000 gold.
Single-handedly lifting House Duresco into. They probably
profitability.
they're just going to be like, you know, you're doing excellent work with the King's Citadel. Please keep it up. Just, you know.
Into battle with you.
And
Our accountants can barely keep up with the invoices.
Yeah.
Well, and, you know, honestly, I can't quite figure out how she's getting these reports, I guess, to Halar and then up to the house, or to the house and then Halar.
You
But you
can
know what?
message them. Massage them.
Oh, well, now that I do have
Wow.
sending, I
That's
could.
interesting
I
variant.
was going to say, yeah, that's.
Yeah.
Message
but,
Anyone-
central.
Anyone
Go right
anywhere on
to
the planet gets a sudden massage at the shoulder blades. Oh, well, that's great.
for those who don't know me, I am a Jennifer Brozek, author, editor, media tie-in writer, streamer, sometimes podcaster. I have a project coming up in the end of March that I will burble about a lot more in February. In game, this cat that over here is Lilu. She is a Singapura and very demanding. In game, I am playing Nisiana Di Jarasco, a halfling healer from the House of Healing. She is dragon marked, which means at 11th level, when she does any healing magic, her dragon mark, which comes out from her head like a circlet, basically blasts out with dragons circling her because she is a cleric of Eberron, the dragon. And yes, you may or may not have noticed that all the enemies have this tendency to shoot the healer first.
Can't
And
imagine
it
where they got
hurts.
that idea. That's
Yes. Yes.
It's just wrong.
And the thing about the dragon marks, and you know, Mia Tanton has them too. They stick around for like 10 minutes. They don't flare up and go away. No, they go out and say, "Hi, shoot me now. I'm right here." So I'm having to be a tad more strategic about my healing, but I'm a soft touch, and she will not just let people hurt. She will heal them. That is her calling. So that is who I am playing.
Very excited to see what Nisiana gets up to today. I am fascinated by the concept of those invoices, what those actually look like. Guess what today? Dear register book. Anyway, always a pleasure to have Jen with us. And last but certainly not least, always a pleasure to have John Helfers with us, who now has had a chance to think about, and thus I am sure will tell us immediately as I pull up the image of the new and improved design of the
Really
character.
buff, baby. Yes.
While I do that, you now can tell us whether or not that name did in fact come from the Master of Orion PC game or not.
Okay, so at one point I should update. We don't really have the license anymore because the game has pretty much been finished.
Oh.
I mean, Wargaming dropped the license, or they're not doing anything else with the computer game. So
Okay.
that
I
kind
did
of went
not know
away.
that.
We did do a great anthology with folks like Jen Brozek and Raby and let's see, Mike Stackpole and a whole bunch of people. That was the only thing we really, and a small dice game, a push luck dice game, I think, was all we were able to get out before it kind of went belly up. So I had to end, although I did get to see Austin. I visited Austin, Texas for the first time because we went down there for a story kind of pitch because we were going to do a lot more with it and just never got off the ground. So I had to go and look at the 10 races, 11 actually, because they introduced a new one when they redid the game, and I'm a little puzzled because the closest thing to Valerian is the Antarans, and I'm not sure if that's what they meant, but no, I was more concerned that it's closer to Eleron. I'm like, that's really close to Eleron, but I don't care. I like the name, so I'm going to use it anyway.
Yes. Fortunately, it's differently pronounced enough. There we go, by the way. So
we
that's
don't know
the
anybody by that name.
that's the new So that is
Yeah,
the
baby.
new one that's in there. You can see that's without the full, like fully
Well, you don't have the
operational
energy
battle
spike.
station.
Yes, exactly.
Right,
But
and
I've
then
got the
energies-
motes of light that are supposed to be around Alarion the whole time, which
There
we
we
can
go.
send out to do stuff. And then
There's that.
then we got energy spikes, baby, which has been really handy, actually.
You
Really
realize
enjoying
also
so.
that every time that I see this drawing, I see you redesign this is getting closer and closer to what I imagine the fully animated new series of Kamen Rider would eventually look like. Like, this just feels like this redefines anime in our time. Like, is this over 9,000 for Alarion? Because, like, chat, correct if I'm wrong. Doesn't this feel to you just a little bit like, like, I mean, isn't it?
Well,
isn't this? Like,
so I went back to Hannah. This is going back a while, and I went back to Hannah, who did all of our art in the first place, and I said, hey, we've reached level 10, and I want to kind of boost them because, like I said, we were able to scavenge all that plate armor, and so while we were traveling up north, that they kind of redid their armor. And so she's like, yeah, it sounds good. And we were kicked around ideas and stuff. And I'm assuming she's a huge anime fan because we said, yeah, let's lean into it more. And she gave the idea for the helmet and everything. So I'm just totally kind of embracing that idea. And so yes, I have not reached final form yet, but it's coming.
Jesus,
it's coming.
By that time,
Absolutely.
the shield will actually be the size of 3 of you, as it just gets
Absolutely. I think it's about as big as it's going to get.
larger
now,
every
so.
time.
I just want to interject to say I know you are joking, but it really does actually look like something that Shotaro Ishinomori, the creator of Kamen Rider,
I
would
told
draw.
you.
And I will agree, having Brandon forced me to watch some Kamen Rider.
See?
In
Oh,
fact,
that's
yes,
hilarious.
I did. Which, by the way, that podcast episode is coming soon. I have been very slow to edit it, but yes,
Okay.
it is still happening. But yes.
Good to know.
So
I had some opinions.
Oh.
So yeah, that was fun. And working with her was a blast. She's just anyone who wants fantastic character. She does exactly what you want. She will go through. We went through a bunch of iterations. I was getting very picky about it. She was a treat to work with as usual. So I highly recommend her. Anyways, yes, Happy New Year to everyone. Yeah, I'm gonna say this year hasn't started off great. We had to put one of our pets down recently.
Oh, I'm sorry
It
to
was
hear that.
time. It was time. I mean, I appreciate it. Yeah, but so yeah, a little up and down, but we're playing now. It's great. So I'm looking forward to that. I play Alarion, energy spike covered, massive shield carrying, energy sword wielding, armored being that tries to kick ass. Sometimes does. It all depends. Yeah, so it's exciting to be in the new year with everybody. I hope that Brandon's 2024 is actually a good 2024 and he doesn't have to wait till 2025, but we'll see what happens. And yeah, it's going to be an exciting year. It is the 40th anniversary of BattleTech. It is the 35th anniversary of Shadowrun.
Wow.
One of the longest running game IPs in the country. And since I worked at Catalyst Game Labs, I am honored to work on both those IPs. We have a lot coming down the pike for both of them. It's going to be a real exciting year for us. So yeah, and I will start drumming where I'm going to be. I'm going to do a lot of conventions this year to kind of, see the fans and just kind of enjoy it. It's been amazing. I could not, if someone told me 20 years ago this is what I'd be working on, I would have thought they were nuts, but nope, here we are.
That's awesome.
Oh yeah.
Congratulations and
Thank you, sir.
on the success of all things. And let us talk. I'm not going to do the recap here yet because I want to talk about what all of you have gained since you have now reached the dizzying level of level 11. And by the way, for those of you who have been watching since the beginning, it is important to note that as we cross into this this thing, you can actually see here that it's for tier 3 characters. So tier 3 characters, when you get into tier 3 characters, which is at this sort of level range and then going higher, this is where stuff gets pretty serious. In fact, we wrapped up Tyranny of Dragons, I think, I don't know, Trent, we were probably like level 11 or and John, like level 11 or 12 or
11,
something.
12. Yeah.
Something like that. And then Palace of the Red Pasha, we went higher, but like we ended Tyranny right about that. A lot of things end around 11. So the fact that we're now like, no, we're just, I won't say we're just getting warmed up. We're more than getting warmed up, but we are not just like, oh, it's right we're not in the home stretch yet. The campaign has just grown more complex and more dangerous, as we saw last time. And so the characters have got things to, must compensate for that, must keep up with it. And so with that, accordingly, I will ask, and I guess I'll start again with Tren. Tren, can you tell us what happened for Tantan as we reach level 11? What cool new stuff can Tantan now produce and do? There's been a big discussion about this, by the way, chat, in the Discord about different things and items that can be made, etc. So that's why I'm asking.
Various levels have differing amounts of new stuff that comes up.
Absolutely.
For him, like some character classes will get like a bunch of new spells or whatever. In this particular case, he only really got one thing of any real significance, which is the Artificer level 11 ability of a spell storing item. And basically he can, after at the end of a long rest, he can take any of his first or second level spells and store it in an item, like a stick or a bracelet or a ring or a necklace, a hat, whatever. And based on his intelligence modifier, which in his case is a 10 or 5, plus 5.
That's like super genius. Like,
right, well,
like,
I mean,
he is.
Got a 20,
There's a reason I called him the brain. I mean, like that.
Right.
That's like right.
But since he's got a plus 5 to his intelligence, that means he can store 10 charges of any of the first or second level spells that he's capable of casting. And you can just, it doesn't have to be attuned. So he could make a bracelet that allows, that contains cure wounds and give it to Elerion so that he can hit himself with cure wounds 10 times.
Right, because anybody can use this item because it doesn't require attunement. Anybody can use this item, which is very useful. Does it recharge? Can you recharge with all 10 charges? No. Okay.
No, he has to make a new one.
All right. Okay.
It doesn't like regain its lost charges at dawn, or it's not that powerful of an item.
Okay.
He would have to make a new one.
Do you have an idea of what the item's going to be yet? By chance?
No.
I'm just curious. Okay.
He can make it from anything.
Okay.
I mean, I know the first thing he's going to make because he's already working on it.
Okay.
And he's been working on it for a while. He's just now figured out how to do it.
I got you. That's cool.
But yeah, that's why I asked everybody else, think about what you want.
Yes.
He can make one every day. One item every day. And it's like you just crank them out.
That'll be really, that'll be super useful. Hit point wise, how are you feeling about the hit points, the maximum hit points? Now, I am going to have us, since this is starting, pretty close to when we ended, everyone is not going to, I usually have it where everyone has all their hit points restored. I'm not going to do this in this case. I will let you have your maximum hit points increased to that level, but I'm not going to have everyone, fill up to that level yet.
Thank you for telling me this now after I have already leveled everything up.
Seconded.
Oh no. You can keep your level up stuff. I'm just talking about hit points. You can keep your level up.
That's what I'm talking about. I've got them at max. I have no idea what I was at.
Oh, I see. All right. Well, I know what you were at.
I was at maximum, so
I know what you were at. You were maximum? No, you got hit by something. You were at 41 out of 68 is what I had you at.
Yeah.
So now what's your maximum? Or did you take the average, or because you're going to roll that now?
We're gonna roll.
All right.
You said 41.
That's correct.
Okay, so rolling. Because
can I get a perpetually cold ice cube I can use to cool my drinks? I mean, that's a good idea.
That's how I roll. 5.
Okay, so we are looking at 73.
Okay,
be the maximum, and then spanner is a percentage, right? Of
kind of. Sort of, but not really. He is it is so weird. Trying to remember where it is. Anyway, it's it's like
that's
2
fine.
plus my intelligence modifier times my artificer level. So it's basically 7 times whatever. He's at 62 of 62. That is his maximum.
Okay. I had him at 36 out of 57, so I think I'd be 36 out of 62 unless I'm... Because he did get hit by stuff. So
36, you said?
Yes, so 36 out of 62 is his max. Lovely. Right. Also, one note, you folks do... Some of you, I think all of you had your hero points already. You're going to keep those to start with, so you'll still have the single hero point. So, okay, lovely. So no new, all right. So that pretty much explains what we need to know about that. That spell storing item though is going to be pretty awesome. So I'm excited to see what it actually looks like.
Hell yeah.
All right. Moving on up to Merime. All right. I assume we've had 4 more flourishes added, Marie, by now. Is that right? Yeah.
Yes, one of them is you win the battle. It's like it's the best flourish.
You instantly travel to Salvation Flourish, right? Like,
yeah.
No, she just added flourish with her feet. The hand's already done. She's got to now just up it. Yeah.
The enemies are all gone, and you're having ice cream. Like it's really good.
It's a flush flourish, really. It's a
flourish of pure destruction.
Yes.
There you go.
I get my first 6th level spell slot. I'm not taking a 6th. I'm not going to take a 6th level spell, however. I'm going to take a 3rd level spell, Slow, which is now available to bards thanks to Tasha's. So I'm going to take Slow, which do you want me to put with it?
For the benefit of chat, I do know, but for the benefit of chat, we can put Slow up there.
There you go.
Listening at home.
It is yes, and for the folks listening at home, it's alters time, and what it means is that the target speed is halved, and this is area of effects that's very helpful within this 40-foot cube. Affected target speed is halved, takes a -2 penalty to AC and Dex saving throws, and it cannot use reactions. It can use either an action or a bonus action, not both. And so that's the deal, and then it can make a wisdom saving throw at the end of its turn. And it's concentration. So it's good. It's real good.
Yeah, I feel like when should it occur again, which it might not, I understand. The chances are not likely that we'll be in major combat again with a lot of enemies immediately around us trying to poke our eyes out or to sever our limbs. But should it happen again, I feel like it will be of use to us. Should it happen.
Yes,
which it
absolutely.
doesn't have to.
No, my severed limb is definitely not the name of the next part of the adventure after my undying heart. You've heard of my left foot, but what about my severed? Anyway, okay, so that's very cool. So, and as far as the hit points are concerned, now Merame really took it on the chin in this last one. She was at 46 out of 120. So 46 is still there, but the maximum is now at 120 is unbelievable. So what are we rolling for this?
No.
You taking the average?
I'm sticking with what's been working for me. I'm going to take my average of 5 plus my 2 for it's Constitution, right? That I add.
Yes.
Plus 2 plus my 2 for toughness.
Right. So 129.
Right. That's all of it. Right.
That sounds right to me.
No.
So I think that's enough. That's still outstrips a certain Aegis, although it does not actually. Okay, this is going to change, but at the moment it almost outstrips with the Aegis shield, but that's because of the previous level, so that's going to go up. But for a moment, I was just like, it'd be very funny if you had more the comically large shield compensating for you with your flourishes and your, all that would be very funny to me.
Yes, the bard is has the most hit
clearly
points.
The tank. Yeah, no, for sure.
Yeah, that's
clearly the tank. So that's so good. I'm excited to see how Merame handles things going forward. Always a pleasure, Marie.
Oh, and my also my psychic link goes up to 110 feet now.
Oh, so okay, that's very useful, actually.
Yeah, so you know.
All right, good stuff. Thank you, Marie. Brandon, for Rowan, what kind of awesome, cool stuff would a wild magic sorcerer get at level 11 besides the hit points we'll talk about in a moment? But what about other cool stuff that Rowan is now able to do?
So, I also gain a 6th level spell slot. And apparently sorcerers have access to this really cool 6th level spell called Victory that says you win the game.
That sounds like
narrator
a good
voice.
Spell.
That was not true.
You won D&D, yay!
Yeah, you win.
You have now beaten D&D. Here's your prize. But I am.
Give me your character sheet.
Cue all the YouTube influencers being like, "See, WotC's also made it so you can just win. It's not even real game. All right, you should play these other games where you don't get to win."
Oh God! But I am taking a 6th level spell because I do gain another spell at this level. I will be taking Disintegrate.
Oh yeah.
Which classic. I wish I had that session to just nuke the entire engine board of this goddamn ship, but whatever.
That's it. You're always fighting the last war, right? You're always just like, man, everything's gonna be anti-magic shell now all the way through every step. Like it's gonna be all the way going forward.
And I also gain 1 sorcery point, so now my total sorcery points is 11.
And by the way, side note, Brandon has done a really good job, which I know the players have picked up on, but just for chat's benefit, a really good job at using sorcery points to develop the flexibility that the sorcerer really possesses, so that, bending luck, changing things, being able to modify, quicken a spell, increase the range of, there's just various situations where the sorcerer's real benefit over the wizard, sort of standard, bog standard magic using class is the fact that it has so much flexibility and can do those things quickly if you have a player who knows how to make those decisions. So I did want to give you kudos for that, because I was thinking about how effective the banishment was, for example, when, otherwise Trent would be like, my new character is, so that did not happen in this situation. So good work on that. Now, on the hit point front, because listen, Rowan has been more or less, everything's been fine. Rowan hasn't had any problems. Currently sitting at 17 hit points. But it'll be fine. Let's see what the new maximum is that you're going to get.
Do I want to roll a die for this or just take the average?
Wild card. That's all I'm going to say. Wild card.
Yeah.
Wow, GM pressure is real.
No, it's totally up to you.
What's the worst that can happen? I've already died several times in our last.
Yeah.
For you, the
10.
Points don't matter. That's obvious. Points don't matter.
Okay, can I just click the hit dice thing and it will just roll 1?
Yep. See, 6. That's not bad. 6 is good. That's pretty good.
Again?
Wait a minute. Are
Why is he
sorcerers
rolling
D6?
these? What?
Oh yeah, wait, no.
Yeah, sorcerers are D6.
Really?
No.
No, they're D8.
Aren't
Aren't
they?
they? The D8?
Well,
Wait a minute.
sorcerers are D6, aren't they?
Wait a minute. Let me find
What's your
out.
hit dice
Okay.
at?
I am looking at several sources that say that my hit die is D6. Yeah.
I trust
Wow.
Brandon.
Oh, okay, then. All right, the D6 it is.
Are you
It
sure
is
it's not a
D6. It is D6.
D12?
No, it's D6. That is correct.
Mages and sorcerers.
I would love a D12, but no,
Oh,
that's
yeah.
not how it works.
D6 plus con modifier. So we're looking
Get
at
in line, sir. Get in line.
So you rolled a
So I'm
3 plus a 3,
presently
6.
Yeah, so I'm presently, that would be 64 is my max, but I'm presently 23.
You don't add the 6 on top of it. You get just the max. So you're at 17 out of 64 right now.
Okay, cool.
Your max is 64, but your current is 17.
Right, I'm not even getting that until I rest. Okay, cool, grand.
But you have a hero point, so just think of it that way. No, it'll be great. I'm very excited to. I like the image of you walking along and then just really frustrated, just randomly disintegrate a rock in the gray. Just like, where did you learn that? You're like, I just got so angry. I learned what was needed.
That is the in-universe definition of how I learned disintegrate just now.
Well, I will not spoil any of that.
We're gonna get to whether or not I use it in a bit.
Yeah, right. Always a pleasure to have Brennan with us, and I can't wait to see what happens with Rowan next. All right, so Jen, I assume now that Nisiana now has the ability, just by closing her eyes and clicking her heels together 3 times, that all of Eberron is healed. Is that sort of what I understand now?
Of course it is.
Yeah, it's the aura of all heal.
Things serve Eberron.
Yes.
And I now have access to 6th level spells.
Oh boy! All right, let me see it. Let me hear it. What are the healing powers?
So, let's see. Turn undead. If they fail, they die.
Just destroy.
Yep. They're
If
dead.
they're CR2 or lower.
Right, I was
Oh,
gonna say higher level ones. I'm like, wait.
We're going back to that zombie house and kicking some real ass now.
No, bring it. Yeah.
Let's see. I have access to a number of 6th level spells. The ones that I have chosen to just keep around and talk to my god about are Blade Barrier, which is amazing.
Really good, yeah.
Slice and dice.
And then there's Heal, which just gives somebody 70 hit points.
Wow.
So you should preemptively.
Wow.
You should preemptively do that all the time. And Rowan's like, I'm so 70 hit points. Just be like, what? Stop doing that.
Rowan steps forward, 70 hit points.
I am in so much pain, and then just Nisiana just points at me. Like, yeah.
Yeah,
That's how it should
I'm
work all the
probably
time.
not going to do that because I'm probably going to look at my sister and do Heal first before I do Life Transference because that kind of hurt. But, there's a time and a place. It also includes Hero's Feast, which is fabulous if we have time to plan.
And
It includes
material
things
component.
like maximum hit points goes up to D10. You're immune to disease. You're cured of all diseases and poison. You're immune to poison and immune to being frightened, and all your wisdom saves get advantage. You know, it's a thing.
Wow.
If we have time to do the Hero's Feast. And then there's Planar Ally. I can summon someone and ask them to do a favor, but it costs money. So that's probably not going to happen.
Well, I mean, listen, we figured out how much money, as we said, you know, that you've earned for House Duresco. So, you know, maybe they can just funnel a bit back into it.
This one a task measured in minutes is 100 gold per minute. Measured in hours is 1,000 gold per hour. Days is 10,000 per day. Yeah, I'm not doing that.
Wow.
But, you know, in case I really, really need it, I'm just keeping that one around. True Seeing.
Okay. Yep.
Which I like.
Yep.
And then this is the one that I'm really interested in once we get back to Salvation. Word of Recall.
Yep.
If once I set up a place somewhere that I consider a sanctuary, I can teleport to it with 5 willing creatures who are within 5 feet of me. What is it? Planar? Let me see. I think it's planar. And it's a very cool spell.
Yeah.
So that is one of the things that I'm going to want to do once we get to Salvation, is set up a sanctuary. So that if stuff hits the fan, we can leave. So, and when it comes to hit points, I am going to go ahead and roll and then take my 2 for con and 2 for toughness.
Okay.
So let's see what the hit dice says.
Also a 6. So
6.
Yep.
Plus 2 for con. No, wait.
A 6 is all included. So
okay,
you use a
2
4
for
plus 2.
toughness, so 8.
So we have 8. So now you are at 63 out of 98. So your max is now 98.
Okay.
Good stuff. Yeah, there's a lot of really good spells in there. The Hero's Feast is a like, people are always like, I don't want to do that. Like, no. You need to see what the thing does.
No, I mean, honestly,
awesome.
If we get to a point where we have to hunker down in the grave for the night, we're doing a Hero's Feast.
We're feasting it up. Okay. Yeah, I'm excited to see it. Good stuff, Jen. I'm excited to see how Nisiana manages with all of that. Last but certainly not least, all right, John. So now Alarion has 3 shields that spin around him, right? It's been around them in a ever-whirling tempest. Yeah. But in the world of reality,
you know, my spirit guardian comes out and just, it's force field.
Yes, all the time. Right, exactly.
So not a ton, although this is going to start a chain of very interesting things that are going to happen from 12 to 14. This is going to be pretty cool. But I do get at 11th level, I have a very interesting that I didn't realize was as powerful as I thought it would, but I may end up regretting it. It's called Shared Spirit. And it says, as the bond with your Aegis deepens, you learn to share its focus with your allies. As a bonus action, you may grant one ally within 30 feet 1, the benefits of the protection ability of my armor, which means they can direct damage to my armor.
Okay.
And I would take it. So they can share. It's like sharing my armor. 2, plus 1 of their AC. And 3, a D4 soul die. There's also a second benefit. They also gain the benefits of my soul-shaped Aegis. If these granted abilities require a soul die, they may spend it from my pool if I allow it. This benefit lasts for 10 minutes until I dismiss it, or if they are more than 100 feet away from me.
Okay.
I can only use this ability once. I gain the use of it at the end of a short or long rest, or I can spend a soul die to react.
Do they gain all of the things you said in the first one? Like, it's not a or, it's a...
Oh, that's all 3 of them.
All
Plus
3
1 to AC,
Nice.
D4 soul die, and the protection ability, which may come in really handy down the road. Yeah.
Okay.
That's all of it. Yes, which is cool. I was like, protection ability, that ability.
Yeah, CQ, like when Sue Storm learned to extend her force field. Yeah, I think that's not a bad comparison.
Yeah, so it's going to be interesting to see how that shakes out and how I use it on certain people who, as they describe themselves, as squishy. Yes, this could help in certain areas.
Violet in The Incredibles or the
Right.
the roly droids in the shitty Star Wars movies?
Oh, the droid to cars, destroyers.
Okay.
Yeah, those things are can confirm, having fought those in Jedi Fallen Order, those are a pain in the ass. Yes. Okay, so as far as hit points are concerned,
taking the 9, baby, taking the 9.
Taking the 9. All right. So that means that you are sitting at 96. You have 84 out of 96 hit points.
Yep.
And then your Aegis goes to what as a maximum?
Max is 47. And what was I at before?
You were 20. So, 20 out of 47.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Excellent. All right. So we've got some stuff, a lot of, some extra spells, some interlude stuff, but yeah, a lot of the big stuff is going to start happening, obviously when we get to level 12 and up. But again, that will be necessary there are many things that are going to be happening as time goes on and we move along. So let us fire up here a little bit of.
And I don't have all my spells back, right?
No, not yet.
Okay, I'm going back and figuring out what I did and didn't have.
Okay. So let's talk a little bit about what happened in not just the last session, but at the conclusion of our last season. The members of the King's Citadel had been sent to bring the fight to Razor Crag and the Lord of Blades. Brayland had taken too much damage, had suffered too many atrocities as they saw it, and so they decided that it was time for them to take the fight in the other direction. And as it turned out, that was a decision that came to near disaster for everyone involved. In fact, from Brayland's point of view, it was a disaster for everybody. It was only the King's Citadel that kept it from being a complete and total collapse. Because when they arrived at Razor Crag with the floating fortress of Argonth behind them, what they discovered was this elemental forge that was pumping out, apparently, and had already pumped out, many creatures that were very strong, powerful warforged, apparently, and other things that the party has not yet seen but can only imagine what they would have been producing. But the King's Citadel had gotten there and had a specific job, which was to A, shut down the forge, and B, rescue the hostages. And specifically, they were looking for 3 people, maybe 4. One of them was Solring Moranen, who was the dwarven creator of the Oracle of War. They did discover that person and found out that the Oracle of War, found out a little bit more about the Oracle of War, although we'll get more details about that presumably today as they walk back with Solring. They also did find Sky Blue, and as it turns out, Solring and Sky Blue, although not father and daughter, do know each other very well because apparently Sky Blue's father was Solring's best friend. And so Solring is well aware about Sky Blue. They did manage to rescue Sky Blue, who had a fundamental part within the Draconic Prophecy. They also managed to find Mother Johanna, who had been taken from the Citadel of the Silver Flame, from the Church of the Silver Flame, I should say, and they did manage to rescue Mother Johanna, but they did not manage to find the 4th person who apparently had attempted to save Mother Johanna, and that was the shifter and salvage broker Zodor Tarev, who was lost and missing in action. They think that that one was taken by the Lord of Blades. We don't know what the implications of that are, but in any case, if Zodor Tarev survived, and it's not clear if he did, then the Lord of Blades has him. It was at that moment when the party had exited, having shut down the forge and having gotten the hostages, that the final trap of the Lord of Blades was sprung, because apparently this had all been part of a larger plan. Big Bara, who was originally part of Bara's Breakers, a warforged, betrayed the Argonth and demonstrated that she had been brought over to the side of the Lord of Blades. The Argonth flying fortress was brought under attack by numerous concealed members of the Lord of Blades' elite army, some of which may even have been created in that forge. The Lord of Blades himself led the attack on the Argonth, and it was only through a great deal of clever thinking and a happily timed invisibility spell that Merimee was able to avoid being seen by the Lord of Blades, who was far too powerful for the party to have been able to deal with at this time. The party did manage to escape with the hostages and with the Oracle of War, but while they did this, they saw to their horror as the entirety of Razor Crag apparently deliberately was collapsed into a massive sinkhole, destroying almost all of the Braelish army that had come on the floating fortress of Argonth. The Braelish army army. That portion of it was lost, including, of all people, General Ironic, Captain Ironic was apparently lost, and General Tyresh was thrown out of the front window of the bridge of the Argonth, thereby finishing the Lord of Blades plan. And so it is a weary party that we see coming back. Yes, they have saved the Oracle of War and the hostages, but the Lord of Blades has the Argonth. The Lord of Blades has struck a grievous blow to Braelin's army, and the King's Citadel is not even back home at Salvation yet, and they are alone in the gray. So not exactly the best, moment for the home team, I think you could say, at this moment. And so it is there where we are going to pick up with the heroes. There's one other note that I want to remind them of, and everybody in chat of as well, which is that there is another oracle that they discovered, which was constructed under duress by Solring Moranin, and that was called the Oracle of Bones. I don't think I had told you the name, but that is the name of it, the Oracle of Bones, which apparently itself has some of the abilities of the Elemental Forge, which was just shut down. Not only can it do what the Oracle of War does, but it also has increased powers that have been amplified by the Elemental Forge, which the party has managed to stop. And so the Lord of Blades is in command of a lot of different stuff, all of which is really bad. The only other person that I want to mention that's with them as well is the NPC gnome known as Girana, who Rowan had some particular feelings about, based upon Girana's work in keeping the forge going, although again, this was also partially done under duress, and so there were questions about that. I think everyone is more or less in agreement that Solring really had no choice, since he was captured by the Lord of Blades. Girana sort of came there in the first place wanting to do research and then realized the error of her ways, but that may be a little bit different in kind morally. That's something the party will have to make a decision about. So as the party is making its weary way with the people that I've mentioned, and of course Hilar Brasal, we pick things up in the gray, and I'm going to hand things over to the party. I do want to ask the party if you have any of the following legacy events. Does anyone have either Captured Assassin, Emerald Claw Captive, or White Rose? I don't think you have any of those, but I just want to confirm.
That is not on my list of legacy events.
Okay, cool.
None of them.
Yeah, mine either.
Okay, that's what I thought. So, in that case, I'm going to hand things back over to the party as you are making your way along. This is maybe an hour after the events we saw last time. What would the party like to do?
So just to clarify, we do have the source sled still, right?
You have the source. Well, yes. The source sled is not going to be able, though, to carry all of the people that are involved now. Remember that you barely fit the ones that you had as it is, not counting like the ones who went to go, like you three actually, that went to go deal with the other stuff. So, and also the source sled. It's very much the, I can't hold her together much longer, Captain. Anyway, that thing was barely holding together as it was, as Tantin and Girana barely managed to get that thing, and Solring barely managed to get the thing running enough to get it out of the base. So it's not really viable as a travel thing back to Salvation.
Well, I mean, we're going to use it probably as long as we can, and once it gives up the ghost, then we'll, get off it.
That's fair enough.
I still, and I just a note to remind you, I still have Bucket's body.
Yes, that's right. His broken body. You do not have Ironic's body, though.
No, his is gone. It's no one's going in that pit.
Yeah.
So
wrap them
I had
up
a character
and stuff.
question.
Mm-hmm.
Clock was on the Argonth, wasn't it?
Yes, you don't know what happened to Clock. You didn't see him, so you don't know whether Clock escaped.
And we did see the Argonth fly away and no other bodies being dumped out.
That's right. You did see the Lord of Blades, though, looking out the massive hole that he made when he threw Ironic's body through it, through the window.
Very glary. Yeah, very glary.
Too far away for me to actually see, so I am not that afraid. I don't need to know because that was a scary image.
Yeah.
Well, in character, Nisiana's gonna. She says, "There's one thing I don't understand." Okay, there's many things I don't understand, but so the Oracle told us that there was a way we would lose the battle, but we could still win the war and it basically came down to destroying the furnace. But if the Lord of Blades had one, planned to leave, or two, planned to drop his entire thing into a sinkhole, why did we have to go to destroy the furnace?
Didn't technically tell us to destroy the furnace. It just told us to seek the maker. So I think maybe the fact that we have the maker is what will give us an advantage.
Okay.
I think. But prophecies and oracles are finicky things at times.
And that's not the only furnace. Not the only forge.
It's true. That's true. It's not the only oracle either.
No, but this was specifically for Razor Crag that we asked. Was there another one there?
Not there, no.
Even if it was, it's gone now. Entire site is gone.
But Tantan, you think that there's another forge we need to be concerned about right now, or?
It's vastly more powerful than the one we just dealt with.
Oh. Do you think that the Lord of Blades would know about it and would use it to his purpose?
Given what we've seen thus far, absolutely.
Oh dear. Where is it? Can you tell? Do you know?
I never saw it myself. While I am from Seer, I spent most of my time in Eston, and it's entirely possible that the forge was there. That's where House Cannith was based. But that was not the sort of place that an apprentice would wind up going to visit, a forge that could create such unbelievably powerful and devastating things. It may have been in Eston. If it is in Metrol instead, which was the capital of Seer, if it's there, there's a very good possibility that it's still intact. Most of the city is. Eston was obliterated. And if you thought there were crazed fireballs running around here, the elemental presence around Eston is immeasurably worse.
The only thing that'll survive a blast like that would have been the Creation Forge, Solring says. And he says, I can tell you the Lord of Blades is convinced that it's not destroyed. And with the Oracle, and with the knowledge that he's gained from those people that he's captured, he'll find his way there eventually. I don't know whether he'll be able to do it all on his own, but there's something else going on there. He's working with other people too, but I don't know who they are. But the Creation Forge will make the thing that you just shut down a few minutes ago look like a child's toy.
You created the Oracle of Bones under duress. I'm not saying it as an accusation here, but it does put us quite a disadvantage. Can you do anything to the Oracle of War or help us understand it better to give us an advantage in turn?
Well, I'm going to be able to see what I can manage and see if I can discover this thing that you've been talking about. I can tell you it was never designed to do some of the things you've described, the draconic prophecy and all that. That wasn't what the Oracle of War was built when I did it. But if you found it in the gray, wouldn't be the first time that something we built changed once it'd been exposed to that energy. Somehow it sounds like it's gotten connected with something larger than itself. It was a powerful artifact, but it was never designed to be used to predict the future.
Wait, what was it supposed to be designed for? Just winning battles, correct?
And he sighs heavily. Aye, that was the point. End the battles faster so that less people will die. Except the problem is, you build one, all you do is make others want to build something even better. I didn't know that at the time, though.
When you built this new one, did you have any opportunity to slip in some vulnerabilities that they might not know about?
He nods slowly and he says, I did think about that. And maybe. The reason I can't be sure is that while I was doing it, I was constantly under watch, and I was being watched by people who were clever enough to know if I was changing things around. For some reason, the Lord of Blades knew something about these forges and about these oracles. It's like he had studied all of it himself, even though he never really had the Oracle of War in his possession, thanks to all of you. But he still had this sense if I was doing something to change things around. The one thing that I did do, though, was I made the Oracle of Bones somehow resonant with the Oracle of War. That is to say, if you want to find the Oracle of Bones, the Oracle of War will be one best way to do it. You see, the Oracle of Bones is designed to be not easily found. It's got anti-scrying magic on it, and other things that make it difficult to track. But the Oracle of War breaks through that. That was something I was able to put on. At least you'll be able to find it. The truth is, though, I don't know what can destroy it, and if he manages to do something to it at the Creation Forge... And then he just kind of shakes his head and trails off.
All right.
And Joranna says, that would be interesting to see. And then catches sight of Rowan and stops talking.
The minute she speaks, I just turn to glare at her.
She, immediately stops.
All right. So, with the Oracle of War, we've already used it once to set up for this fight we just finished. Is there any way to cancel the third protocol?
He says, well, technically when the protocols begin, they're supposed to run in a certain order, and canceling it isn't easily done. The reality is that it really isn't a protocol you're supposed to reach. This was one of the things that I didn't want put into the Oracle in the first place. When I was building the Oracle of War, I was also, although not captured, under a bit of duress. Although I can't talk about the details of that yet because I don't want to spread things that won't be true. I need to look at it more myself. But at the very least, I can say that the building of it, it was designed to not be easily stopped. The thought was it was a weapon that people would want to aim towards and destroy. The fact that it was a weapon that if someone else gained it, we would want to destroy, it didn't cross anybody's mind. At the time, we were all trying to build bigger and larger and more explodey things to destroy the others. No one really thought about the consequences at the time.
Some of us did.
He sort of, nods thoughtfully at that.
All right, there may be solutions around that. I'm sorry, Rowan, go ahead.
Oh no, I wasn't going to speak. I was just going to qualify that this entire time, except for that one moment, glaring at Garana, I am just staring blankly ahead and following. I have said nothing this entire conversation.
There may be ways to hide it temporarily.
What do each of the protocols actually do?
The first several protocols are designed to provide information. You've seen that already on the battlefield, to give suggestions and ideas. The third protocol is designed to send out warning, basically, to others, except that it sounds like, I don't know the details, but it sounds like what you described briefly about the third protocol isn't what I remember about it being. That may have been warped or altered too by its time in the gray. The problem happens when you get beyond that. There's a certain stage where, well, we never really called it a protocol, we didn't number it anyway. But if enough things were triggered in the right order, then it was designed to destroy itself. The problem is that it wouldn't just destroy itself, if you know what I mean. The blast would... And he kind of not shakes his head again and says, it would level half a city.
without turning around, I just ask, and you knew that this would happen when you made it so?
Not all of it, no. I knew what we were doing was dangerous, and I tried to get them to stop it. But the stuff that I've mentioned, that you've talked about, where it's malfunctioned, that I didn't know any of that would happen. It wouldn't have happened without the Grey. But then, building things like this is what led to the Grey. No one knows it better than me.
So right now we have an Oracle who is malfunctioning because of the Grey, which has the ability to take out half a city and might do so now unpredictably since it's been changed by the Grey, and is also the only way that we can chase another Oracle that is more destructive and in the end of the Lord of Blades. Does that about sum it up?
That sounds about right to me, Sky Blue says. It's not a good thing. None of this is good.
And we still don't have your father, Sky Blue. We'll keep looking. We haven't given up on him.
And she nods. She says, I'm grateful for that, and for your coming to save us. I don't know that we would have done the same. Going into the Grey, going to Razor Crag. You know, the thing about the Lord of Blades is, when he was looking at us, we only saw him the one time, and it was like we weren't there. He was just staring through us. I don't think he would care who he kills. All he is just metal and wood and anger.
I saw him kill quite a few people, and it was not something I will quickly forget.
He is who I think he is. There's no telling what that transition did to him.
And Soul Ring is like,
Yeah, to also turn and look at him.
Everyone looks at Tintin.
What transition do you mean? What do you mean?
There are rumors that the Lord of Blades is actually Arvan Eleron, the son of Merrick, the head of House Cannith.
Oh.
And like, so Soul Ring just stops walking and is just like, you've got to be mad. That can't possibly be true. There's 5 different rumors for the Lord of Blades.
Yes, there are, and that is one of them.
You think it's true? You're in the house. Do you think it's true?
Bara's reaction when I said Aaron would be disappointed lent a bit of credence to the possibility.
What was her reaction?
She sort of cocked her head in an odd kind of way. But the fact that she reacted at all, you know, he is the one who made the Warforged what they are. He is the one who gave them sapience, as opposed to just being mindless automatons. Aaron is the one who did that. It was his drive that to champion the cause of the Warforged, because he believed that they were being misused, that they were being forced to, a life of combat servitude without even being given a choice once they had sapience. I think that's one of the main reasons why that rumor exists, and the fact that, as far as I know, no one has seen him in a very long time.
And Soul Ring just kind of like takes a deep breath and says, well, my work has always been done with machines. The complication of a person that became one somehow, or partly one. I don't even know what that would mean.
It would also lend some credence to the fact that someone watching over you knows enough about what you're doing. Because if it is Aaron or anyone whom he may have trained, they would have knowledge very close to what you have. But then if they did, why can't they just make one themselves? Why do they have to get you to do it?
Even if it was that, there is something to be said for the skill actually required. You saw him yourself, he says, turning to Merime. You saw what he was like. You've seen his size, you've seen the hands that he has, that he calls hands but are really just blades. He's called the Lord of Blades in part because that's all that's left to him. I don't see any way that he could possibly find the power to make these things on his own. That's why he captures people to do it for him. That's why he brings people in. He might have the knowledge, but he ain't got the skill.
All he seemed skill at was skilleting people, which was not pleasant.
Aye.
During your interactions with him, this is for the whole group of rescue prisoners. Did at any time did he state anything about future plans or where he might go after Razor Crag? Anything at all?
And Mother Johanna says, the only thing that I can remember that he said during the one time we saw him was that all was proceeding according to the plan, and that in the end we would be cast aside as his people had been cast aside. He said he would have no more use for tools soon enough. I don't know what that means, but it was as much as he would ever have told any of us. As Blue has said, it was as if we were not there to him. In fact, and she kind of shakes her head, I don't know exactly what it's like to be a Warforged. And then she looks at you, Ilarion, and she says, but I know what it is like to feel compassion from one that is close to them. There was no compassion in this one. No care. Deep intelligence. But no compassion at all. He is on a path now of vengeance, and he will see it done to all of Corvair. And Hilar, who's been quiet this whole time, says, then we're going to have to make our way back. Even if we tell the Braelish authorities what's happened here. We just lost 1/3 of the Braelish army. First of all, I don't know how they're going to respond to it. Secondly, what happens when the Lord of Blades, if he's allied with anybody else? If Thrain gets word of it, it's not going to be long before Braelin's borders will be overrun. It's as weak as the country's ever been.
Well, they must be informed and immediately, and their reaction is out of our hands. They will react, and we will have to roll with it as best we can. I am more concerned about the Lord of Blades rehabbing Argont and sending it against his enemies. What happens? They must be put on alert to know that it is not in Braelish hands anymore.
And Hilar nods and he says, I'd agree with that. The only flaw is, and he kind of gestures around him, us and a number of miles before we're back to salvation and anything close to civilization.
And I look at Nisiana, but you can get a message off, can't you? Perhaps to Flamewind?
Get a 25-word message off.
And
Hey.
the distance doesn't matter, only the words you use.
To definitely start out with, hey baby, it's Nisiana. Just wanted to check in with you.
Hope
and let
you're
you know
well.
that-
Happy
Yeah.
New Year, Flamewind, and
Let
funny
me tell
thing
you about
happened
the
at Razor
cookies.
Crag.
Yeah.
And you finally get to the meeting, it's like, listen, and the spell ends. And,
Oh yeah, I almost forgot.
The Argonth click. Like, oh.
I mean, I don't recall that we have any better contact in the capital city because Halar Prasal is with us. And they need to know immediately. And she would be the best being to know whom to parse that information to. Period. I can think of no better person to contact with this information at this time.
I glance at Halar. I'm like, is that correct? Did you introduce us to anybody that would be a better contact?
As far as those that we've talked to so far, I'd say probably not. Flamewind makes some sense, although Flamewind's not technically part of the regular governmental authority. I'd have to talk to the government authority about it anyway, but Flamewind would know from the Draconic Prophecy side. The truth is, and this has been the problem for a while, at the moment anyway, the Oracle is probably safest with us, but only until we can find a place that's safer to store it. Walking around with this thing is calling everything within 100 miles to come to our location. And if it's true that it's the only way that we can get to the Oracle of Bones, then even telling Flamewind isn't going to help, at least not sending it back there. We need to actually find this thing wherever the Lord of Blades is gone, and Eberron only knows where that is.
Can you, Greg, show us on the map where we are, roughly?
Yes. Thank you for that thing. I will switch over here to reveal the completely wrong pictures in the map, because when Brandon left, things were messed up. 1 second. Just a second here. Okay, Tantan is not Maramé. Maramé is not Alarian. Alarian is, however, here. Okay, good. Now everyone is back where they should be, except that poor Marie is way over to the left in the picture. I will fix that in just a moment.
I can own it.
There we go. All right. Now that's more centered. No. I fixed you already. Damn it all. No, I'm not moving. You're moving.
I don't know, Greg. What's happening?
Son of a... Okay. Right. Okay. Yes. So I can show you where you estimate you are based on where you arrived. Yeah. So let me...
It's a huge ballpark there.
Right. Yeah, we rode on the Argonth for a while, and then we got off and walked.
Right.
So
I would say, so again, Salvation, I think, is roughly around, I think we said it was around here-ish,
yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right? You probably were about here-ish, so like dead center. Eston is up to the northwest of you. You would know about that, obviously, Tantan. To the right, you have the glowing chasm to the northeast, although you're still some distance from that. Thrain is directly west. And I guess there's an argument to be made that, technically where you are now, you could get out of the gray fastest by going directly west. But if you go directly west, that means you end up in Thrain, which,
it's worse than that.
Yeah.
Those waters are not safe.
Yeah, well, there's that too. Yeah.
Not at all.
So basically I would say that right now you were about here-ish.
Okay.
That's huge.
Yes, he is.
Yeah, I'll drop that down to a more reasonable level. Okay. Increase that to a more reasonable level. Okay.
And we spent like 3 days on the Argonth, traveling north.
Yes, and then basically, this is pretty much the heading towards the evening of the 4th day.
Well, I'm just saying it's going to be like lucky a week before we get back then.
Oh, who knows? It's the gray. Something might snatch us and send us hurtling out of it.
The sweet release of death.
Oh, that's very negative.
Makes note. Player would like. Okay.
Player satisfaction reached.
You said you wanted.
Tantan is sort of unraveling the end of his length of hempen rope and sort of just futzing with it. It looks like he's braiding in different colors of thread into it while he's walking.
Okay.
Another thing, so I don't forget, the sword that we pulled out of the Argont on the way out, Rowan is still holding it.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
There was a sword.
Has been holding it the entire time.
That blade.
Oh, the
Yeah.
one that
was in the
heat
gear.
metal was
That
cast
was
on?
yeah.
Yeah. There
One
are
that-
serious burns on his human hand, and
Let's say
his
that.
metal hand is mildly burnished, but not very bad.
The one that technically you should have made a Constitution saving throw every round to see whether or not you drop it, but we didn't do that. So
I guess we didn't do. I guess we didn't do that in part because after the, because the thing was about you did make the save to get it out, but then I didn't. I suppose that's true. We could also have continued to have it while you were holding on to it.
Yeah, read it as Rowan is so angry he doesn't know that his hand is on fire.
Yeah, that's yeah.
Oh, that spell is long over. The sword is cool again. So.
Yeah. But when it was hot, he didn't
Oh, yeah.
notice.
Mhm,
Yep.
mhm.
Silring made the Oracle smaller for transport, right? He managed to.
That's right. Although Solring has also told you that it will not that spell will not last for that much longer. The Oracle itself is somewhat resistant, and it's only because he happens to know a couple of command words that he could do that. In fact, he was a little worried that the command word wouldn't work because of everything else that had been screwed up, but that one still worked. So.
Fair.
And it's, by the way, I should say about late-ish, late afternoon, I would say, as you are trudging along through the gray, which is at the moment quiet and silent, although behind over your shoulder you can still see the ruined, the crystal rim of what used to be a fortress now plunged into the depths of whatever pit holds it.
So it's Twigray, basically, is what you're saying.
Yes.
Alarian says we'll probably push on for another hour and then start looking for a place to make camp.
Well, I can address that without issue. But while it will hide the Oracle for a while, it won't move it while it's hidden. It's not like putting it into a bag of holding and then we just take it somewhere. But while we are encamped, it will be hidden.
How are you going to do that?
And he kind of holds up his rope and he's like, just something I figured out how to do. We won't technically be on this plane anymore.
And Sky Blue kind of looks at you. Not on this plane, you say?
Sort of a little pocket dimension.
Will there be air?
Oh, yes.
Wonderful.
And casting this in the gray is not going to have any negative consequences?
No one ever knows. Each time you cast a spell in the gray, it could have a different impact. There's no way to know.
Well, I, for one, would rather try what Miatantan is doing than to camp here.
Agreed. We need good rest. We've all taken a bit of a beating.
Very well.
Though there is the small bit that if you actually want me to send a message, I have to do it before I get into whatever that thing is.
Mm-hmm.
I feel it is wise to let them know. Of course, it is up to you, but an incident of this magnitude, the sooner they know about it, the sooner they can react.
You need to give me the words. I don't have the words for this. I.e., John, the monkey is on your back.
Yep.
I see
You're going to make me use my last 3rd level spell? Damn it, you're going to write it.
25, you said 25 words total?
25 words total. And they know it comes from me.
Okay, good. So we don't have to waste time on this. Is Nisiana.
Yep.
Perfect. That's 3 more words.
Do you remember when we met?
Any cats around?
The first time
I was just
that
gonna
we-
say. As soon as
Actually,
she
there was
hears,
one right there.
I was gonna say, as soon as she hears, "Are there any cats?" Or she just looks at her back half. You know,
Yeah.
it's like,
Hmm.
You get the fun of figuring out to being
Well,
coherent in
I'm gonna
25
cluster. Well, I'm
words.
actually gonna cluster with Halar. To the 2 of us are gonna come up with the message.
Okay.
Right? He knows more about what they knew. I don't. So he's gonna fill in the gaps. Pretty sure she can catch that from context.
Right.
Okay.
Go on. Go on. Yes, I brushed you today.
No,
I've got
don't
a
touch
whole
me.
Other cat. And you're still going to shit all over me. Also, everybody drink some water. There's a cat sighting.
Oh, cat sighting. Yes, yes.
See, there's still. And I brushed her today.
yep, I saw it.
Yep.
Yep. And it showed up on stream, so it was.
Oh, good.
There was enough for.
Yeah,
it
we
to-
got to see the whole thing.
Mhm.
Yes, this is why. And she got brushed. Oh my god.
While Ilarion and Nisiana are kind of discussing what message to send, I'm going to just gently ping Rowan telepathically. Just a gentle little nudge. Just say, I know it's been a long day, and I know that there's some things in there we saw that we prefer not have seen, but are you alright?
I am not. Thank you for asking.
I don't know how to ask this, but is there anything I can do to help? I'm not sure what you need right now, but if I can help, I would like to.
Do you have any alcohol?
You know what? I do. No, I don't think I do, sadly. I should have a flask. But I don't currently. But tell you what, first bar or inn that we meet at, my treat.
In the interim, do I have permission to drown Garana?
Not right now. We still have use for her. Also, Nisiana might heal her again, and it would just waste her spells.
That condition is fair.
Yeah, and she, hopefully, and I don't know her, so we'll keep an eye on it, but perhaps she'll actually learn the error of her ways and use her great abilities for currently very shady shit to become something good instead and actually help us.
Take it from a swindler like me. There comes a point where not being so undeniably selfish as to insist upon having a code more importantly than surviving makes it so that there is never a point where you can be redeemed. I think I'm far beyond redemption. You're the first person who will hear me say this aloud, insofar as my skull is allowed.
Yeah.
Psychically alive.
I I have done a lot of very bad things because I wanted to. And I have not done a lot of very bad things because I did not want to. And I know what happens, what price needs to be paid when you don't do the bad thing you don't want to. And in real life, you see me lift my metal arm.
So then
and I'll pay that price every time. People who won't, I struggle to trust.
I respect that. But may I ask you, why do you keep trying then to do good? Why do you care so much about the elementals and the little people and those who need help if you feel you're beyond redemption? I'm not questioning your logic, I admire it. I just wish to understand it, that's all.
I do the bad things that I have to do because there was once a point where it was the only way I got to eat bread. I'll never deprive someone like me of the chance to also eat. Even if I didn't share, I wouldn't rob them. People like Tyresh, Lord rest his soul, before he grew a heart somewhere on a stalk. I would have robbed them blind, would have no shame of it. If any of the elementals that we've met could speak, I would break bread with them. And if I was in a position like hers, I'd have no arms now.
Well, before meeting my sister and her family, I was on the streets for a while, and although I didn't do anything I believe beyond redemption, I understand the need to sometimes do things that you'd prefer not, to get bread on the table. But I also understand the compulsion to stand up and do what's right. And I'm glad that you're standing up now and that you're here, for what it's worth. But for now, perhaps not killing any of our allies would be for the best.
There is a high chance by dawn there won't be a salvation left. There might not be anything west left. Considering all that we've lost just so we could make 4 hostages. You sure I can't just drown her right now? You sure?
I'm gonna look around, kind of. Well, there's no water source, first of all. But no, wait, I'm sure you could take care of that.
Oh yeah, it would be easy. I still have enough left in me for some water. Yeah. I heard Breland does this really cool thing with rags. Don't mind me. I'm just very upset.
Oh,
I don't know where to put it, seeing as we're losing.
I felt the wrath coming from the elemental, and I could communicate with it to a certain degree, but it was so angry that it blinded it to everything in its path, and it almost took out even my sister. It went after me at Tanton. It knocked me down, although I completely stood in its way. There comes a point where that wrath, that anger, when you don't know what to do with it, no matter how justified, you will take out not just your enemy, but those that you are trying to protect and save as well. Just something to perhaps keep in mind.
Might I be candid?
But of course, I'm in your head.
I don't speak elemental and I'm not psychic. But when I had to send them away for Tantan's sake, I saw what you mean. I'm sure you think that there's something really brutally wrong with that much rage. I must admit that I don't.
I don't think there's anything brutally wrong with it, but I think misdirected, it can be brutally dangerous, and it can lead to more regret. That's all. It's justified. I'm not saying it's not.
Not even a little drowning, no?
Well, let's see how the night goes. How's that?
Fair.
and I will just gently let you know if you need me or I can do anything outside of drowning. You need but ask. I am here.
Noted.
All right. Do we have that message together?
We do, and I've just sent it to you in chat so that you can see it and have a copy of it before I put it into
Give me a second.
the stream.
Someone else can count that it's 25 words.
I did. Actually,
I think we actually have 3 extra.
no.
Jen is lawful good.
No,
Of course it's
you
left
didn't.
25.
You actually did not. I edited down to exactly the 25.
Yeah. I did put his LOD. I was trying to actually shorten as much as possible.
Cannot do that. LOB would not have, no.
Lob.
Yeah,
Odd, yes.
there. This is the message that she sends is Argoth traveled north to assault Razorcrag, Lord of Blades' fortress. It was ambush. Razorcrag destroyed, Argoth taken by the enemy. Tyresh, KIA. Entire force lost.
Happy New Year.
Yeah.
Wish you were here.
And that is basic. Okay, so the
HRU.
Flame Wind can give me 25 words back, and she knows it is me.
Okay.
Yep.
And I mark off my last 3rd level spell.
And is able to respond to 25 words, right?
Yep, 25 words.
Okay.
And I mean, I do have a couple of lower level spells, but I can't use them to send.
Okay.
Nisiana
Busy.
needs to sleep. mean,
Busy decoding prophecy. Call back later.
Sorry, the message you're trying to send cannot reach its original intended recipient.
Oh yeah, we are in the gray. Fuck.
We're sorry. Sharon's voicemail is full. Please, if you wish to. So what it does mean, Nisiana, is that you will send it. You don't know when you're going to get a response, and presumably it will get through theoretically, but you don't know whether and under what circumstances. Like it may be, think of it as like sending a carrier pigeon through a gale, right? Like
Yep.
buffeted back and forth, and hopefully it'll get there half dead or whatever. But it's not the sort of standard way that it would be approached. But at least it doesn't feel like it's been blocked in any way.
Mm-hmm. The other, I may be able to send one more if I actually do have that 6th level spell now, but I'd rather use that on, Hero's Feast tonight.
Okay.
Because I don't know about you, but most of us don't actually have a whole lot of rations with us.
I brought a granola bar.
You didn't bring a croissant slathered in the greatest sweet butter and jam?
I ate that when we were going down and all the sky sleds were getting blown up around us, and figured now was the time. Like,
oh, hold on. Tren, why are you? Hold on. Oh, fuck.
Aha.
what was
Yeah,
that?
that one actually makes a difference.
Yeah,
I
I don't think.
I'm assuming he told you. Yeah.
I don't have that. There will not be a Hero's Feast tonight. Unless someone happens to have 1,000 gold piece gem just hanging out in their
Gem-encrusted bowl.
gem-encrusted bowl.
That's
I've
gem.
got 2 of those.
It's part of my silverware set. I use this all the time.
Like this?
Oh, yeah. And the spell consumes it.
Yeah.
Every time you want to cast it, that's what it costs.
But I have a 6-piece set, and it's, it took
That
me a
was
while.
It's a starter set.
For
It's
12.
I got it. I ordered it off TV.
Yeah,
I got it on Kijiji.
We need to go by Braylon and talk to the king and be like, hey, give us last year's set of,
Hey, I believe you
fancy
guys,
bowls.
all the rest of you have 1,000 gold pieces. You can commission the set to be made. I'm the only one who spent my 1,000 gold pieces. I'm just saying.
Got good use out of it, too.
I actually
Yeah.
I sent 1,000 home because my house is in trouble.
I have 1,266. I'm ready to go shopping.
Actually,
But I
Custom
need new
bowls.
outfits, guys.
Ribbons. I'm very low on
no, I do
ribbons.
have 1,000.
As you've been as you're sort of talking about all this, and you've sent this message now, and have been walking along. I do want to note that remember, it never gets super bright in the gray. It gets sort of darker there, but you do see, and it's hard to judge distance, but if you had to guess, maybe half a mile from your position, because it's very flat where you're walking through right now, sort of, you can almost see something like glittering, and it seems to be the top of you don't know if it's a building or if it's a tent or a machine or something, but something is catching the waning light of the daytime in the gray. And as you sort of peer through the gathering gloom, it looks to be a it looks as if there are several what might have been tops of tents that you can see from a distance about a half mile. It's not moving anywhere. It's not doing anything, but you can see it, and there's several things that are sort of glittering from the tops of those multicolored tents that you can see from this distance.
Oh, what are the chances that something's going to try and eat us?
400%.
That's what I thought.
Mile away.
Wait a second. Oh, wait. I don't know if that's a good idea to do in the middle of the gray.
I think we approached within like a quarter mile and then stop and take note of what we might want to do. Whether we want to send people ahead to scout. I don't feel like just walking into what might be an encampment.
I actually have a potion of clairvoyance that works within a mile. I have saved that for frickin' ever.
Now seems like a good time to me, but
It is potion of clairvoyance within a mile, or obvious. The orb stays in place for 10 minutes, seeing or hearing as an action switch. I don't actually know what that means, but she will be like, I have this. I don't know if it works in the gray.
As an action switch means that you can use your action to switch between seeing or hearing. You can only do one or the other.
Okay. Anybody want to go see what that is?
well, I'm out because I can't drink it.
Oh, that's right.
Just
Used
a
to
full
travel-
tin man and just
Down. I'm used to traveling dreams, not this, but I can try it if you don't want to.
Rowan, what do you think?
Would you like to go for a little journey?
You
I
can tell.
sigh, and then I just take it from you and drink it.
Okay. And then you're sending it out, this sort of sensor, as it were, this orb, you can kind of send out to see from a distance what this is. So I'm assuming you're doing that. So when you get close to it, and fortunately you'll be happy to know that this does not seem to be twisted by the gray, at least not from what you can tell. Although there is an intensity to the seeing. Everything feels overly bright. Like everything is sort of washed out, almost might be the way to describe it, Rowan, but you can still see it. And as you have this strange sensation of this sort of like racing over the sand, almost this orb kind of racing over the sand and dust of the gray, until you get to this area. And what you see is on the outskirts, first of all, are a bunch of what look like knocked down, you think there might be fences, and what were at one time, although now quite faded, brightly colored tents, and you see what might have been like a ticket stand or something like that at one point, and things like that. It reminds, in fact, well, you actually, never mind, this does not remind you of this, so I can't tell you what it reminds you, because everyone else was there, you weren't. So it doesn't remind you of that. But it reminds you of like what might have been a carnival, which you certainly would have had occasion to see when you were young. But the whole thing has been devastated and destroyed with one exception. In the middle of this broken down carnival is a perfectly preserved carousel. Horses, spinning wheel mirrors, and the whole bit, and the glittering that you see, that you saw from a distance, you think may have been coming from light off of the mirrors. And as you are there, again, you can't hear anything, you can just see it. You can see that the carousel is just slightly moving back and forth, just like rocking a little bit left and right. And that's a good place, I think, to take our break. You are watching, everyone, day 48 of D&D with Infinity Beyond, Season 4 of Eberron. This is Oracle of War, Bitter Ashes. If you like what you see from the amazing role players of this crew, then please do follow the channel, and please go check out the 47 previous sessions of this campaign, which are available on YouTube, because we have a lot of stuff here, and we are now, this is the opening of Season 4, which is called The Drums of War. So I hope you are enjoying it. We are going to take, it's 9:51, so we'll be back at 10 p.m. Then we will run until 11 p.m. Eastern. And so while we're doing that, chat, you can be thinking yourself about what you would do if you found a perfectly preserved carousel in an otherwise destroyed area, and what the members of the King's Citadel, under a great deal of duress, will do when they think about the same thing.
Fire and lots of it.
Please stick around when we come back. Trent Sparks, Marie Bilodeau, John Helfers, Jennifer Brozick, and Brandon O'Brien will continue as D&D with Infinity and Beyond. We'll see you in a bit. Hang tight. Okay. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to day 48 of D&D with Infinity and Beyond. As we come back over to the crew, and I can show you all the presence of my cat. One of my cats who has decided to make his arrival. There is Sherbert, sitting just out of frame. Ganesh was here previously, but then decided to go back downstairs, perhaps because he does not have the cat tree, top. So
Blamed.
Yes. So Sherbert is, and as you can see, there's a snowstorm. Well, I mean, it's not much of a storm, but as much as we've gotten outside, and they are comfortable inside. So you can see that there's a great deal of tension that Sherbert has about whether what's going to happen next, like what you all are going to do. There's a lot riding, as you can see, for Sherbert on this.
Sherbert is very confident in our ability to escape this current situation. That's just very laid back.
Is that, I mean, I don't know. Does that
Really?
Does that show you? Is that the confidence that you expect from it?
That's a lot of confidence, I'll tell you.
I feel that's confident.
Coming from a cat, there are more anxious responses.
It's true.
Oh man. Anyway,
Now-
but welcome back. So yes, so now we can talk about what Rowan just saw, as I can try to figure out what's wrong with my camera. There we go. So Rowan, you have now seen what I previously described, and so there we go. That's what I was trying to do. So you have now seen what I previously described, this perfectly preserved carousel in the middle of this destroyed carnival.
I say, what is a broken carnival doing in this kind of area?
Disintegrating? Slowly?
I mean, everything else is in a terrible condition except for this one carousel that seems to at least want to work.
There's a magical carousel. I mean, if it's not broken down and everything else around it is in the gray, either it's a mimic or it's magical.
If it's magical, it's never seen a carousel move before. I'd much rather believe a gear is broken here.
And Sky Blue says, I remember riding a carousel when I was a child. It was, well, but it wasn't out here.
Exactly. The Grey would be a terrible place for a carousel, no?
It wasn't always the Grey, Sol Ring says. For a long time, this would have been one of the most beautiful areas you could have found in a Corvair.
There are no signs of life. No one is there.
Not that Rowan sees, no.
And let us approach cautiously. Someone shut up that damn horse.
Perhaps we should leave some people behind here.
No.
If it is truly abandoned, I don't see the need to split anyone up. We will encamp perhaps on the edge of the tents, and then take a closer look at what's in front of us.
All right.
Fair.
I'm sure nothing will go wrong, as nothing ever does in the Grey. I wasn't thinking about splitting any of us up. I was thinking perhaps the hostages shouldn't.
First of all, they're rescued prisoners. I think we can stop referring to them as hostage.
Look,
that's not you're under our control.
You've been promoted.
I don't know what you're planning to do to make your money, but I have a plan.
I'm already calling up that Rakshasa. Hey, man, you got to get in on this.
Yeah. Who wants to make her of the Oracle of War?
Oh, man.
Take it all bids. Take it all bids.
As
now we
this
know
is happening,
what happens when she goes bad.
This is not actually. I've digressed here, but
go ahead, Ron.
So as this is happening, I'm gonna take the orb. I'm just gonna essentially sweep from clockwise from the point of the carnival around us.
Okay. So, just absolute, so the carnival itself, devastated except for the carousel. Around you from that point, mostly just... There are a couple of spots where you think you see maybe small little crystalline structures, not the same that you saw outside of Razor Crag, but much smaller than that. It's not unusual to find kind of crystallized structures, or occasionally fight crystallized creatures even, in the gray. But that's basically the only thing that you see. There's not a lot of movement. In fact, even for the gray, it's a little surprising. There's not a lot of the mist here. It's more sort of... I wouldn't call it clear, but I would say that it's definitely more visible, and it's very much like, to go real world for a situation, salt flats type of thing, right? Like, not a lot of stuff on there. Thank you, Prince Justin, for the Tier 2 resub. And hello, welcome. Happy New Year, Prince Justin. Good to see you. Thank you so much for the Tier 2 sub. So anyway, yeah, that's what I would say, Rowan. You don't see any other signs of life besides the group of you.
Okay. Can I, if I take the effect off, can I put it back on within the hour time limit that I have
think
to
so.
use this?
No, I think you can, yes.
Okay, cool. I turn to Naciana. How much did this cost?
I don't know. I think it was a reward for something we did in our early days.
I gave you 150 gold pieces.
What are you doing?
Paying you back. And I keep walking ahead of you like this conversation has never happened.
I look at Miatanta and I'm like, what is he doing?
Being ruined.
I have never asked to be paid for anything. Not from you guys.
No. But perhaps he sees greater worth than just taking a gift from a friend. Feels that should be compensated for it.
Perhaps he's never had many friends.
Or maybe he is so angry with everything we've just seen that he is reverting into something of this is all an exchange. It's not what we are. She turns and goes stomping after Rowan until she gets up with him and she grabs him by with probably his metal hand and puts the pouch back into it. Says, "I'm sorry you think so little of me that everything we do is an exchange."
I grab your forearm. Miss, you misunderstand. We've lost quite a bit today, and you just spent what I imagine is a very expensive potion, so we can find out that a mile ahead of us is just as empty as a mile behind. You should get another potion back.
And yet, you were the one who took the risk because I asked you to.
And
Things
I would have
happen in the
anyway.
gray. This is not an exchange of monetary. If you feel that strongly, you can go find another potion of clairvoyance and gift it to me later. But I don't want your money.
All right. I've never met a human on Earth who's never
I'm not
wanted
a human,
money.
I'm a halfling. Did you
Fair.
not notice how little I am?
It's literally gold. Why are we... What's happening here?
There are things I value more than gold. And
Same.
You are one of them. And when I asked you to do something
Likewise.
dangerous, I don't expect you to turn around and treat it like it was some sort of commerce.
And when the danger subsides, I don't want you to feel like you've lost out on something.
Do you see this pouch? She
I
digs
do.
through. Do you know what I do? I just shove things in here.
And those things are important? I am confused. Why am I having this fight? Why is this the argument of all of the arguments I could have had in the last
have
6
some
days?
free-floating anger and nobody to yell at, so I'm giving you somebody to yell at.
Are you loud enough, by the way, that everyone else can hear this at
Yep.
the moment? I love the idea that this is echoing like across the flat, the salt flats, the equivalent, like as you
Letting them have their moment and staying back.
I am confused. We are in the room. We are in the same territory of living space with a woman who literally experimented on living things, and we're fighting about gold. You could just keep the gold. We could have this argument any other time on Earth. Terrorists have stolen a gunship, and we don't know we don't know how far we are from salvation at this moment, and we're walking in the direction of a dilapidated carnival. There are other things to be upset about.
Yes. However, we can't do anything about those things that we're upset about, and you are seething. And also, frankly, I'm kind of pissed off about a number of things. And you just did something that was really insulting to me.
You're insulted by gold.
I'm insulted that you're treating me and what we have between us as a group as commerce. This is not commerce. We are a group. We are us. You are now part of the Citadel, King Citadel. We do things for each other without compensation.
We have been on the road for how many days now? You don't know me a full week yet. Do you?
I know what you have done. I know that you have healed.
What have I done? What have I accomplished in the last 4 hours?
Why limit it to 4 hours? Why limit it so much? You have helped us. You have given us your expertise. You have cared when you didn't have to. You have joined us when you knew it was dangerous. We run into danger at all times. And what do? Not only do you run into danger, you sacrifice your own body to make sure that we succeed. Now, me as a healer, that's kind of sometimes a problem. But if I poked you too hard, you would fall over right now.
That is true. That is actually my point.
But I'm not going to.
On a regular basis.
Actually, Greg, this is the point I want to use my 6th level spell.
Oh my god.
Okay.
I basically
blade barrier.
No,
well, that escalated quickly.
I basically what I'm going to do is this, and I grab your hand again, the same one, and you get 70 hit points back.
70 hit points.
This is what I'm going to do because I think you need it, and we need it because we need you. And I know you're angry, and I know you're hurt. We all are. We were betrayed. It's terrible. We have many enemies. We're stuck in the gray. We're headed towards whatever that is. And we're going to do it together. Okay? Okay. Big eyes.
Okay. Okay.
Big halfling eyes.
I hold out my hand to Ilarion and say, pay up.
I did not accept the terms. I know better.
They all sort of so everyone is just sort of watching, and And Garana says, "Is that how the arguments always
No,
go?"
you don't. Nope, not you.
You're
Nope.
not actually right there, Rowan.
No,
this
we're
is
farther away.
You're a little farther
Yeah.
away.
You're talking
So this is
so
Garana
loud.
back there.
Yeah.
So Garana doesn't scream it. This is Garana saying it to the group that's watching from a distance and says, "Do their arguments always go this way?" And Hilara says, "Most of the time, I've learned they don't end up as arguments." And he kind of grins at Garana, who looks very confused, and Soul Ring just sort of shrugs and starts walking towards the rest of them.
So, come on. She holds her hand and starts walking towards the carnival.
You also feel much better, Rowan, just so you know. I'm not talking about physically. You psychologically, you can feel however you want to feel. But physically, you feel healthy. I'm just letting you know.
Great.
No, like the fact that I feel physically healthy is actually making me angrier.
Like, God damn it, how dare you? Yeah. I believe that. That's why I didn't want to assume.
You know, you can
But
cast
I say
fireball.
nothing the whole time. I just letting my hand be held.
You can cast fireball on yourself anytime you want.
You can.
Just saying.
You could probably survive it even.
Don't listen to them. They're bad influences.
I mean, I have vitriolic sphere, but then Luciana would also get hit.
Yeah, that would be so good.
Oh, I was assuming that if you cast it on yourself, it was in order to damage me because I am down some hit points. Okay, actually I have 63, but you know. Actually, I have 72 because that was a 6 levels. No, 8. 71 hit points. Because that also healed me.
Nice. That's right.
Okay. So, noted, and the rest of you. So you're all making your way towards the carnival now.
So has the group gotten closer together
Now
just
they
before we
would've.
get to the carnival?
Yeah, now they
Okay,
would have,
cool.
I think, by now.
So that would mean that Garana is 30 feet away from me,
Yes.
or thereabouts.
Yes.
Cool. In an attempt to assuage some of the slowly building anger that gathers within me, I cast Minor Illusion to make it look like a fire elemental has leapt out from a tree towards her.
Okay, I am going to make a check here.
I mean, it's better than drowning her. So hey, you know.
Okay. So she kind of like, and she kind of like steps back a bit, and sort of like staggers back a few steps, and then she looks around, and Soul Ring kind of also looks, and so Garana kind of steps back a few more steps, and if anyone could and is sort of like pointing at the illusion, and this is a minor illusion that theoretically affects everybody. But Soul Ring,
As soon as everybody turns to see it, I immediately dissipate it.
Oh, okay. So then, like, yeah. So then you don't see anything except, and so she's like, I thought that I saw. There was an elemental there for a minute. I saw. No, maybe. I'm trying to think if anyone else would have seen it based on where they were positioned. Probably not. So you just see her looking sort of like.
Can I look towards Rowan? Because we just had that conversation about him disliking Garana.
You could do that because you did notice for a minute at least that Rowan was looking in the direction of Garana. That's fair enough.
Can I guess what he's done? Like,
I don't know. You could ask directly.
No, I'm not gonna ask him.
Okay.
I think I would be tempted though if I can have a quiet word with Garana.
It depends how much of a shit-eating grin Rowan has, I would say, at this point, right?
How much?
I am very straight-faced.
Okay.
I mean,
I
with
believe he
intuition,
could
but...
sell it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Huh?
Regardless, I think, I mean, I'd put enough pieces together because of what we spoke about, and he wanted to drown her, and it was a fire elemental, and he was mad about, you know. And I
Fair.
think I would just quietly say to Garana, and just say, like, you want a word of advice, Garana?
And she kind of like looks at you up with these. What?
I'd say far away from Rowan if I were you.
And she kind of like looks over at Rowan, and she says to you, why is he so mad at me?
Because he has a conscience and a big heart, and you do not.
And she kind of like frowns, and she says, that's fine. You remember that when you need someone else to help you get out of this place. See how much your heart gets you there. She kind of
I mine illusion for another elemental to leap out from the left towards her.
And so she, okay, I do need another roll for this, given her annoyance just now. She, I would say that she kind of looks in that direction also, and then kind of like takes a step back. Doesn't look to you, Rowan, like she's quite as freaked out this time. You don't know whether she's figured it out yet, but of course, the fact that a tree is randomly appearing from which an elemental behind, because this thing, as I mentioned, is very featureless, the land here, except for the carnival you're going towards, may have some effect on this. But she, so she still seems kind of like, you can see that she's kind of like thrown off somewhat, and she's kind of staring in that direction, but she's not as like, hey, she just sort of like kind of shivers a little bit herself.
I'll just tell her, your answer just now tells me everything I need to know about you. You have a choice right now with everything that you can do and everything that you know to help people and to do some good. Make that choice if you can. It would help all of us.
And she kind of, again, frowns, and she says, actually, she doesn't say anything at the moment. The illusion is still there. She's still kind of like looking at it, and she's...
I let the illusion slowly fade away.
Okay. So when the illusion is slowly faded, and she sort of says, without looking back at you, Merime, sort of staring at where the elemental was, she says, none of you are being fair to me. You're not being fair. I don't care what you do to me. Fine. You can find your own way out of the gray, or let me find my own way. And she marches off, just on her own, somewhere randomly, in a random direction.
Her choice.
Now I start grinning.
Okay. Mother Johanna says, where is she going?
I will go see. Can I head after her?
Okay. She doesn't run, so.
No, exactly.
And she's got little legs anyways.
Yeah. You catch up to her pretty quickly.
Exactly. It's not a wise thing to travel the gray alone.
What does it matter? I'm traveling alone now anyway, aren't I? Apparently I'm a horrible person. Apparently I'm terrible. Apparently I don't deserve to be here. She says, not looking at you.
Is that what you think, or is that what
No, but it's what you people
heard?
think. It's what you all think, evidently.
It is what two of us apparently think. Not bother to take the time to check with the rest of us.
And she kind of stops, and she turns up and she says, you're this group, right? You're these people. You're these heroes that came to save us. That's what I heard. You're a group. You all work together. So you're going to tell me you don't agree with them and you don't feel the same way? And they all don't feel the same way about me? Soul Ring, by the way, has slowly walked in Alarion's direction also, but slowly.
Certain members of my group are quick to apparently rush to judgment. I am not one of those. You made the choices you made for reasons that only you know. They are leaping to conclusions. They are making assumptions about you that is hard to, in my mind, justify based on we've only known you for, an hour?
Well, that's right, she says, folding her arms, and she stops. Right, well, I'm sorry, she had already stopped. But she does fold her arms, though.
Regardless, I do not wish to see someone leave a larger group, walk off into the gray, and perhaps most likely not survive unless you have resources that we do not know about.
No.
My advice to you, I will... If another incident happens, I will talk to those that I believe are behind it. At the very least, we can travel the same direction peacefully. Once we reach salvation, you are, of course, free to go wherever you wish.
Oh, I will. she
In
kind
the
of like,
meantime, will you journey with us the rest of the way?
at this point,
You will be under my protection.
At this point, Soul Ring has arrived, and she says, "Fine." And Soul Ring says, "What? And what's the?" And she just holds up a hand. "Never mind, Soul Ring. Never mind. It's nice to know that someone doesn't make judgments based upon an hour." And she kind of like nods in your direction, sort of like angrily, although clearly the anger isn't for you, Ilarion, but just sort of nods in your direction, and then kind of sort of heads in the general direction of the carnival, but like obviously keeping distance, in particular from Rowan. And Soul Ring, as Ilarion, you sort of turn presumably to make your way back. Soul Ring says, "I don't entirely know what that was all about, but she's quite good at knowing about how these things work. She knows a lot about the forge. Losing her might not be the best thing if you want to know more about how this all might get put together by the Lord of Blades. It's your business, not mine. She's not related to me or anything by blood. We were brought together by circumstance, but she's smart, I'll say that, and she knows her business."
Well, then perhaps you can help me in reassuring her. I will talk to my people. Like it or not, it kind of is your business because you were both together. You both were prisoners, the Lord of Blades. So that makes you comrades of a sort.
Of a sort,
I would appreciate your assistance in keeping her with us. I will tend to mine. If you can help me keep her home.
I'll talk some sense into her if I can. Perhaps, perhaps something of what one of your people said might have cut her deep, is possible.
Well,
she always got lost in her work, and maybe she feels she lost sight of something along the way.
If my companion's comments struck a chord, it's possible that's something she does need to reflect on. However, I cannot and will not have people going off on their own in this wasteland. It is a death sentence.
He nods. That's fair enough. I don't feel like, having just barely escaped death just now, I'd rather not leap back into its jaws so soon.
Exactly. So.
At this point, you're all sort of closing in on the general group of the carnival.
Yep.
And I should ask, I guess, so Rowan and Marimay, you can notice that Girana has returned, but is keeping a very substantial distance between herself and in particular the two of you, especially Rowan.
I look at Marimay and tap my temple.
I'll take a second. Yes.
Do me a favor and open me a channel to Rowan.
Can I ask why? He's not in a good place right now. I'm not sure I want to get in the middle of this, and I would be if you're going through my mind.
I can go talk to him personally if you wish, which is fine. I will happily have this conversation with him myself, if that's what you would.
It may be for the best.
Okay.
But he is in a difficult place right now.
Well, I doubt I'm going to make it much better. But that is his mental well-being is not truly my concern. It's the concern of this entire group in getting back to salvation. So, but I thank you for the warning. And then he breaks a connection and goes over to Rowan.
Before you talk to Rowan, I have a quick question though. Tanton, while this has been going on, I know what Nisian has been doing. I know what Maramay's been doing. What are you doing as like movement wise and like person wise? Like, are you involved with it at the moment?
As soon as he gets to the carousel, he immediately begins to ritual cast Identify.
Ah, okay. I want to make one quick note about that. When you get to the carousel, I know you haven't stepped on it yet, but you're right next to it.
Mm-hmm.
When you are next to it, even but without the Identify, you can feel almost sort of ripples. You know that the gray distorts magical energies. Ripples of magical something coming off of it. It does not feel like awful or like something bad is happening. You just feel that there's some kind of a power source here. Not overwhelming, but definitely distinct from the environment.
Okay.
So, okay, while you're ritual casting Identify, Nisiana, after you had that discussion with Rowan, so you're still standing next to Rowan, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
So you see when Ilarion kind of comes up, and Merime, you're a few feet off, I suppose, from the two of them, from Rowan and
Yeah,
Nisiana.
I'm not far. I'm trying to actually focus on what's important right now, which is us not getting killed.
Fair. Okay. All right,
Yes.
Ilarion. So you were able to come up to Rowan, as you said.
Yeah. Let's say, Rowan, let's take a walk. I kind of gesture my hand out away from the carnival.
We're a little bit frozen there. Did you hear that?
I heard nothing. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. You're like, wow, the role play is intense. You're just like,
Shit, got chilly in here.
Great
God.
color
We thought we were
face.
you
Yeah, it
having
was great. You're
quite
just
the
like-
reaction.
Yeah, like, oh god, he's gonna.
Hilarion was approaching me and then nothing.
oh, wow. That was the gray that clearly did that just now.
Yeah.
Right, okay,
So
let's try that again.
Ilarion comes up to you and says, Rowan, let's take a walk. And they gesture kind of out away from the carnival.
I seem to be very popular this evening.
Nisiana pats your hand and then turns to watch Mia Tanton do whatever he's doing because she wants to know.
Okay, you're going to walk up to Tantin, by the way, Nisiana? Like, or closer?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I'm gonna.
I was just curious. Okay.
Because I'm always very curious to what Mia Tanton does because his stuff is cool.
Okay, on you go, Ilarion and Rowan.
And actually, before we go off, I'll say to Merime, if you would please investigate the tents and see if they're actually usable and not problematic, it might be a good place to shelter for the night. Assuming, and they nod toward the carousel, that's not a problem.
Well, Mia Tantin's checking out, so we should know soon. But I'll make sure, and I'll look. Nisiana's looking at Mia Tantin, and I know she's interested in what he's doing, and I'll kind of tell the others to stay near there, and I'll pull out my rapier and kind of go investigate the closest tent.
Hilar will join you for that, Merime.
Perfect.
To do that. Okay.
Okay, last thing. What is she's a halfling? A gnome?
No.
Who are you talking about?
Yeah.
The woman whose name sounds like
Garana.
thank you.
Jarana is a gnome.
I can read your mind. I'm in it right now.
Garana, thank you. All
Yeah,
right,
Jarana. So it's Geranna.
Garana.
Yeah, because I keep thinking it's Jarana.
It should be Garana, really. Garana is what it would
Geronimo.
be. Yeah,
But how do you spell it, Arv?
Geranna. In fact,
Like
let me.
is she like a? What I say? She's probably an artificer, like Hanton. if I had to
Yes. Oh,
guess,
yes,
yeah.
almost certainly, yes.
All right. Okay. All right. So I start going, and I'm assuming, Rowan, I'm making the assumption you're coming with me. I'm not sure if you're going to or not, but
I just confirmed it is
I am. I
Geranna.
obviously look unpleased.
you've looked unpleased this entire time, so that's nothing new. Right. Although you do look much better now with 70 hit points, or back up to full.
Mm-hmm.
I just want you to know that Garana is under my protection. I would appreciate it
for her?
if no other tricks were to be sent her way until even after we get back to salvation. It's not hard to figure out where they're coming.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
And Ilarion just stares at you. Regardless, I'm asking you to leave her be. We have enough problems out here without making other ones larger.
You want to be sure that she gets out of the gray alive? That's fine. That's our job, right? We're the heroes. That's what we do. Ensure that people do not suffer. I have no problem with this. I'm not pleased by it, so I don't owe anyone else pleasure.
That is true. But you also don't owe people to go out of your way to make this journey more miserable than it already is either.
No, that's not a debt, but it does give me minor joy.
Find your minor joys elsewhere. This person has valuable information about what she has seen inside Razorcrag. We need her to be cooperative. We need to know what she knows. There's a bigger, worser forge out there. I can't believe I just said that.
Forgerer.
And that person has information that will allow us to stop it, whatever needs to be done. That is what we need. So I need you to focus on the larger mission and not satisfying your petty grievances.
Ooh.
Petty. Wow.
That's what I was waiting for.
People you know are dead.
Yes. It is sad. It is also a fact of life. And we are not. That may sound cold, but right now, our goal is to survive. Get back to salvation, get back to civilization, and find out what we need to do.
I literally cut you off in the middle of that to ask.
Mm-hmm.
At what point does this become too much for you? You've been doing this longer than I have, obviously. I'm sure this has been a thing that has happened to you dozens of times, and you are still doing the right thing. And I applaud you for this. I'm not saying that this is wrong or improper or that I do not have the stomach for it. I would like to have the stomach to always do the right thing. The reason why I ask is, the right thing often involves going out of our way to be mildly convenient to people who have ensured that other living things have suffered. Under duress is fine, and yet they could have made any other choice, and you, being a hero, are being tasked with making the choice that they should have made, and then still going out of your way for them who could not. At what point do you get tired of that? Because I've only been here a couple of days.
Tell me, Rowan Shallow, the view on that moral high ground you've staked out must be magnificent. You have known this person for all of 1 hour, and yet you feel so confident, so comfortable in passing judgment on them. Like, what? Do you realize that if our group had done the same to you in the first hour we had met you, probably wouldn't be here right now? Confidence man, trickster, scoundrel, but we all gave you a chance, and I might add, we are immeasurably better for it. So our risk, our chance that we took on you has paid off immeasurably. Oh, absolutely. And despite you, and maybe this is something you need to deal with, despite you feeling that you are not part of this group, you are very much a part of this group. You may try to deny it. I don't know why you'll attempt to. It's foolish, but you meat beings do not think in ways I find normal. You tend to self-sabotage often, and you doubt yourself, and you doubt everyone around you. Now, the various races here, all of you, it's not just humans, everyone has given me cause to see both the great and the lower depths in all of them. I have been on this world longer than you have been alive. Many, many, many decades. I have succeeded at things and I have failed in equal measure. But it is the good I see in people, the good I see in you, and the potential good I see in her, even if you do not. That keeps me going. Even when we face a defeat such as we have just managed to walk away from. successful, and yes, they put it up in quotes, because we accomplished our mission. But let's be honest, in all other cases, it was a dismal failure. But we have come away with what is hopefully vital information that will help our cause. Part of it is locked up in the head of her right now. If you want to just pretend she doesn't exist, don't interact with her, don't do anything. That is fine. I would appreciate it, because we do not need her to be antagonistic to us. But that is my answer. And I see the good in you as well. And I've seen it in the, when they look away for a second, they're searching for a word, foolhardy way you tend to rush into situations, perhaps before taking a moment to think them through. And then, oftentimes, getting knocked on your ass. But just as many times, you have come through for us. In times when the chips were down, I think is what a person like you would say. And it could have been very easy for you to just leave. And yet you stayed. If this is such a burden to you, why do you stay?
The work is fine. I've been on jobs that it didn't pay before. If that's what you're asking, why am I on a swindle that hasn't earned me any coin?
Is this a swindle? It's better if we know now, if that's what you're doing here, if you're running some sort of, what is the word they say back in the cities? I think it's the long con, I think is what the term is. Is that what's going on here?
It is not.
Okay. You are a man of very hidden depths. I don't. I am a Starforged, and even I can see that. You don't need to be another human. I appreciate the depth of your feeling. But in this case, it is not helping anything. And that is not to dismiss it. That is not what I'm saying. It's just, there is naught to be done with it at this point in time. So I have to ask you to keep it to yourself for the good of all of us. And that is unfair, and I realize that. But I still have to ask.
Can I ask you a silly question?
You may ask me any question you wish.
If it were a con, if right now I told you, for the last 6 hours I have been picking all of your pockets, and in a half an hour I'm going to disappear and you'll never see me again. And then, when everything else had already gone wrong, you saw me walking past you in a street somewhere, would you have forgiven me?
If you were to do what you just said you would do, and I saw you a week, a month, a year later, yes. And here's why. First of all, I have no need for your money. I use it as a convenience to get what I need from other beings. But secondly, and more importantly, your previous actions, assuming everything transpired up to this point right now, your previous actions have more than shown me who you are. And for that alone, what you have done, what you have risked your life, despite the constant carping about what we do and where we go, proves to me that we're not just in it for the short con or the long con, that you care.
I'm having a philosophical conversation with a mannequin. Why did I remember the fact that you don't eat? You don't need the things that, you know what? Yes, Illyrian, you are right. I am wrong. I apologize. I have made an error in my judgment, and I will undo it forthwith.
Thank you. I appreciate that more than you know. I am glad we were able to have this conversation, Rowan.
anyone else would notice that I am looking at Illyrian with incredible incredulity.
Yes,
But
we
I
know
just
that was
thought-
sarcasm. I was just kind of wondering, wait, does Illyrian just not get sarcasm?
Is that what that smell is? I think it smells like burning toast to me.
I was like, oh, you know what? I've never used sarcasm on Illyrian, so.
It was not a sarcasm forged.
Nope. Decades and decades, something it just doesn't pick up on.
No.
But Rowan can sound fairly sincere when he wants to, so those are subtleties of human tone. He just don't quite pick up on. All right, but that's true. There are a lot of things that I do not have in the living experience. Yeah. All right. With that said, then they nod and they're going to head back and see what's been happening over with Tenton.
Rowan, you follow?
I do.
Okay. Do you have that same incredulous expression on the way back?
Oh no, like it's there the whole time,
Okay.
and then when we get back to the group, I immediately say, Tantin, is there anything you'd like to tell me as well?
Well, and I was just about to say, because that's Tanton, you were just about the end of your identify when you hear that. So, you can finish up your identify. Actually, you can respond to that, and then I'll tell you what the identify says. Almost like a listen, and then this thing happens. You can
Right, yeah. And he basically is finishing the last of this. Like, no, thank you.
Brand. Good talk.
Okay. So, what you get from... So you're ritually casting identify, right, on this thing?
Yeah.
Okay. So, again, because of being in the gray, this is a somewhat confused sort of thing. It is definitely, as you had thought, imbued with magic. It is a combination of illusion and divination in a way that you have not seen before or not felt before. And it is partially mixed. The way I would describe it is it was not created by anything. You get the impression, because the identify is acting oddly, that it probably was, this thing was infused by the magic of this place when the morning hit. And your sense of it, therefore, is that this is raw a little bit, that the magic that's coming through it was not shaped or created. The basic point of it is there's no object name for it. It's not like that, right? It's just just a functional thing. It does seem like it's whatever it is, though, it is functional and will have an effect, although you're not sure what. But it is strengthened by the land on which you stand that has made it this way. It was definitely not created as a trap or anything like that, though.
Okay, he passes this information along.
Divination and what?
Illusion.
Huh.
This is a carousel.
So, if you write this thing, you maybe get an illusion of something that is supposed to happen, but then you have to interpret it.
Or it figures out what your most pleasant memory is, and that's what you experience while you're writing it.
Oh, that would be nice.
If that's what it is.
Carousels normally do that?
No.
While this conversation is happening, I just got on the carousel.
Okay.
Of course he does.
Of course you do.
Of course he does.
Rowan, the minute that you get on it, first of all,
You
it
die.
starts. Yeah, you
Those full hit points.
you
maybe
die
not
terribly.
hockey,
No.
yeah.
No, it starts to move.
It starts gaining speed.
Yeah, it does start to gain speed, although not in a sort of oh my god. But are there one of the horses? You notice that, so it has this like combination of horses and you think unicorns. There may be a couple of like griffins that are sort of like stationed on the ground that are now seats also, not just griffins. But these are definitely things you can see from the seats on them that are intended to be ridden. Do you want to get onto one of the animals? The carved, to be clear, animals.
Yeah, I get on a horse.
Okay. As the thing picks up speed and you were sort of going up and down on this horse, around and around, you begin to see almost what might be described as, to jump out of game for a minute, imagine an old, a very, very old black and white film, silent film. Imagine what it would be like to sort of see the little images, right, kind of flashing before your eyes.
Train coming
yeah,
right
yeah,
at
well,
you.
exactly. Well, no, not exactly that.
Or the planes. Oh, jeez.
And after a moment, so for a moment you're just like watching that, and then that blinks out, and suddenly you are on the midst of a carousel in the middle of this gorgeous, spectacular carnival. There are people around you, hundreds and hundreds of people, children, older people, younger people that are walking around. Some of them seem to be carrying sticks with some kind of weird, it looks like a pink cloud that they're like eating from as they walk, and someone else has got a bag of something like that they keep crunching, and then some like looks like shells of something drops behind them. You can hear screams, and when you look over you can see that they're actually the happy screams of kids who are going up on this thing that goes up and down around a bunch of like bumps and like around curves and stuff, like they're in a little, like a rail car, it almost looks like, as they're watching this happen.
Goes into a dragon's mouth and they never come back.
Exactly.
No, I'll be right here. Oh.
Very funny, Trent.
It was actually.
So anyway, that was my daughter. Okay, so anyway, it's going to Rowan get on a high horse. Yes, exactly. I see what you did there, Trippy. So, going around there, you can see people are also, looks like they're tossing these rings onto what look like bottles. If you could see this, all of this, and behind it, Rowan, you see this gorgeous series of what look like glass windowed buildings. And I mean like mostly window, not so much wall. They're just these gorgeous sort of towering spires, so a little bit of a distance from the carnival. And you can see above like people flying above on what look like soar sleds. And the whole thing is this beautiful, just sort of spectacular tapestry of sound and light. And then there is a moment of where you feel the carousel kind of rumble underneath you. And then as you're looking out, you can see a massive cloud that is sort of rumbling in, sort of billowing in towards this. And you hear the people sort of stop, and the happy sounds falter. And then you hear screams that are not happy screams. And you see and hear people running away as the gray mist hits these buildings. And there is the terrible sound of shattering glass as the buildings collapse and the mist comes rolling towards you. And then you are back on a carousel, slowing down in the middle of a broken down carnival.
Wide-eyed, I step off the carousel.
Okay.
What did you see?
I don't know. I stand there just kind of blankly for a minute, and then I just walk away.
And Sol Ring kind of looks back and shrugs at all of you.
I'm gone with Halar, so I'm not even there technically.
Yeah, I'm going to come to you next, Marie. To Merriman.
Just so you know. Being...
Doesn't seem terribly damaged by it.
Right. So you can see he was. So while he was on it, Arvan, he was like. Well, he was looking at something not, kind of staring off into.
Yeah, you could see him turning around to look at different things and so on,
Right.
but he was still on the horse, yeah.
I want to see. I'm going to get on. Me and Tantan, like.
Okay. Is anyone else getting on at the same time, or?
Actually, I'm going to let her go. And I'm going to, as it activates, I want to use my arcane insight to watch it, basically.
And Tantan gets on with her.
Okay. I'll come back to that in a minute. Arcane insight, Alarian, allows you to do what again? Remind me.
Well, I
for
sense
Starforged.
wells of energy. Here, I'll just put it in the chat there, basically. It's just my arcane checks are doubled, and magical energy is like static electricity, but magically corrupt or dead zones.
That's what I thought. You got a lot of static electricity.
Right.
That's what I was getting.
But I'm not sensing anything otherwise unusual about it.
No.
It's a lot of magic here.
It's a lot of magic, and it's distinctive from the environment.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Then I'll.
Okay, I will talk to Nisian and Tant in a minute. I do want to come quickly to Merime. And say that as you and Halar have been sort of poking around, you find indeed that it is what it appears to be. The tent material is been made very thin, almost as if it's been worn through many windstorms or whatever the case may be. It probably, if you could figure out a way to sort of keep it up with wood or something like that, it could maybe be serviceable as a screen to sort of limit the wind, but it wouldn't keep it out entirely. And definitely the pieces of wood that were here are mostly disintegrated and broken down. The entire carnival looks to have been wiped out. One thing that you think you can tell is that this happened very suddenly. It broke down, and the reason you know that is because all of the material you find is in roughly the same shape. So, most of it all seems to have been broken down at the same time. Right. And Hilar, as he's poking through it, says, these poor devils never had a chance to get out. You've not found, by the way, any skeletons or any bones or anything. But...
Yeah, it doesn't look like it, but there's no signs of anyone being here, though. Maybe they did get out.
And he looks at you seriously and he says... You think that's likely?
I like to think so, but regardless of what we think, it's not going to change the outcome, so might as well believe for 1 second that somebody survived this.
He nods and he says, what about you? What you saw back there in the forge? How are you doing?
I don't know. I don't like feeling like I can't find my footing. And right now, I can't find my footing.
He nods slowly and he says, yeah, we've been on unsteady ground for a long time now.
We have, but there's different types of unsteady ground. Physically, sure. But, there's a type where you feel like, I don't know where I'm going, but I know who I am. I don't know where I'm going, but I know what I'm doing. I don't know where I'm standing, but I know who I'm standing with. And right now, it's like, I'm not sure where I am. I have a good idea of who I'm with, but I didn't like seeing Razor Crag destroyed and my sister in the same frame as it. it unsettled me. I always counted on her. She is my anchor in a way, and to know that now she's a part of that, and I don't know. It's unsettled me. It feels untethered, and I don't like that feeling. It's what I've been trying to avoid for a long time.
You think you have a chance to retether yourself with her, with the rest of the group, depending on what happens next?
I think so.
What do you need to feel more solid?
I don't know. Some hope. And I don't know, maybe being fully tethered isn't what I need anymore. Maybe, things change and prophecies change and what I can tap into is what's needed now. And maybe being as tethered as I've always tried to be isn't the right thing anymore. Maybe I need to just embrace my heritage a little bit more, even though I've been trying to run away from it for so long. I don't know. I wish I had the answers. And every time I have the dreams now, and I don't sleep, I only dream somebody else's dream too. I just, and I connect with them and I see them, and the colors are brighter in the dreams every time. And the colors here, maybe it's the gray, maybe it's the gray, but the colors here, they don't seem as bright. They're a little bit more dim, more muted. So that it ends up that the dreams start to be a little bit more comforting, more welcoming.
You think you'd rather spend more time in the dream than in reality?
Well, the dreams are reality too, right? I mean, they're someone's reality. They're a version of it. Aren't they? I think they are.
And Hilar sort of smiles and sort of looks down, picks up a piece of cloth canvas from the tent, and then sort of drops it again. And he says, "You know, Merime, if you know enough to ask the question of whether you think you can find a new way through, you don't need me to answer the question. You've already got it in you." And he points your shoulder and he says, "And that's good, because all of you have been torn to the brink. The only way we get out of this is if we pull ourselves back together again. With Braylon's army on its heels, we are the last best hope, Merime. Not just for Braylon, but the whole thing. So you better figure out who you are as you can. I know that you can do it. My hope," he says as he kind of turns around and starts walking away and then stops, "has always been all of you. I've never been wrong in it before." And then he keeps walking.
That's the problem. She says it too low for him to hear. I've heard that before. The last hope, the only hope, and it's never true because I've left before, and I'm still standing. And then I leave,
okay.
But I look annoyed. I will follow him.
Okay. Let me cut back to Tantin and Nisiana. When you were on the carousel, you see very much the same thing that I have described, but there's a difference for one of you. Nisiana, you see the exact same sort of sensations that I described with Rowan. But Tantin, you know this place. This was a place that was very similar to the ones you would have found in Eston, that you would have found elsewhere in Seer. This was Seer. When Seer was at its height, this place had many such carnivals and wondrous sights. It was the pride of Corvair. In fact, you're almost positive this carousel itself was put together by a minor artificer from the House of Cannith. And when you see the glass-windowed building that the mist is coming towards and you hear that terrible shattering, those buildings themselves housed many headquarters of House Kenneth. You probably knew people in those buildings, or at least people like them. And this is what it felt like. Not an illusion, a recording captured in time. And as the carousel begins to slow to a halt, with you both now back in the thing, and you can see Maramé walking back, Rowan sort of standing off to the side, Ilarion kind of, watching as it slows down. Nisiana, you get in your mind a message response that reads, "Authorities notified. Sharn in chaos at news. New line of draconic prophecy revealed. Institute of 12 sending ship for you. Has, wants information on Oracle." And that's where we're going to bring our session to a close.
Can you put that like?
Yes, I will put that on down. Yes, I'll put that down. I'll put it in chat as well. And I will also.
Institute of 12 is something I have never heard of.
That you may have actually have heard of it, but I'm going to let you folks know about this now. Tanton will certainly have heard of it. But go ahead, Trent. You were going to say it before I say what that is.
Is Rowan even remotely paying attention to the carousel anymore?
I am. When I see that you get on, I turn back to it.
All right. So as you're watching the thing go around, you see his knuckles getting tighter and tighter and tighter on the thing, and his expression just begins to twist, and just his eyes are welling up with tears. And when that thing stops, he lets out a wail that echoes, and he collapses off of whatever the hell he was riding on. He cannot stand up. He is clawing to try to get the fuck away from this thing, and he is inconsolable.
Okay. So I will mention that Tanton will not be in a position, at least initially, to know this. But when the message is conveyed, the Institute of 12, Nisiana, you would know, is sponsored by the 12. Is sponsored by the dragon-marked houses. Its specific thing was to undertake magical research. And the Institute of 12 actually is found in the nation of Karrnath. Remember that Karrnath is not the country that you are imminently at war with. That's Thrain. But Karrnath does have several things that are troubling about it, in a general sense. Not the Institute of 12. Think of it as like the United Nations being housed in New York City, right? Like the Institute of 12 is for everybody, and there's like all kinds of diplomatic protections. And even during the worst moments of the last war, an attack upon the Institute of 12 would have been more than a war crime. It's just almost like, it's like Vatican City in Rome. Like it's its own almost political entity. And it is greatly powerful because there's a lot of magical power and research that's located there. The fact that the Institute of 12 is asking for this and sending a ship is a big deal. It is something almost beyond what Brayland would or wouldn't do in terms of that. So the other thing that I want to note about that is that Karrnath, you may remember as being centrally important in this campaign so far for two reasons. Number one, you know that in the distant past, that Karrnath, when it was struggling in the last war, in desperation, turned to the arts of necromancy to fill its ranks with more troops, more creatures of undeath. This was hugely controversial even in Karrnath. There are some members of I was thinking of what we were talking about earlier today about the World War I versus World War II armies. There were some people from the old days who thought that it was anathema to do something like this. Even to this day, there are still some zombies and skeletons and some undead creatures, although not very many. But there are some that are still in service technically to Karnat's army, although it has theoretically forsworn the use of necromantic arts after the last war. And the other thing which is notable about this, which is important, is it was also the headquarters of the Emerald Claw.
Yes, that's the one I remember.
Mm-hmm.
Good times.
Good times, everybody. Man, I'll tell you what, as I say, every so often I get slightly smug about an episode title if it happens to click really nicely. And I feel like the Bitter Ashes episode title, I am very, hats off to me for the title. No, in all seriousness, you all did a lovely job with this. This is exactly what I was expecting, because I figured there was so much depth of emotion that has gone into the last few sessions, but especially like this aftermath stuff, that it's very much like a, woo, we have to take a breath. And there's a lot of stuff to be resolved. As it turned out, poor Rowan was like the center of like 6 multiple conversations, which was really funny, about that stuff. But it was all really, I think, important in terms of, because this is a crossroads for the King's Citadel, right? And sort of figuring out what is going to happen next. But it was just an absolute joy to watch play out. I really, really enjoyed this a great deal. Yeah, and the image of all of you on this carousel, like it was just like, or near the carousel, was also great stuff. So I'll start with Ilarion, with John. So John, I was very impressed here with Ilarion and Rowan's conversation, because I thought that the conversation originally was going in someone said in the chat, I forget who it was, it could have been one of you folks who said something to the effect of, let me see, I'm scrolling up to see if it's there. Yeah, Jen, it was you who said the whole Ilarion in dad mode thing, which is what I was expecting. And man, there was some great lines in there. Find your minor joys elsewhere. I'm like, oh my God, like, hello. And followed by Rowan's with the epic, I'm having a philosophical discussion with a mannequin, which cracked me up. Oh my God. Anyway, but
I should have been insulted at that. But
yeah, no, that was great. But anyway, so there was that was going on. But then what happened was the conversation gets turned and suddenly becomes this sort of affirmation of like, listen, I don't understand the problem with you, like meat beings, I think you refer to them as, but like the reality is that you did all this great stuff. Yes, I would forgive you. So it almost went from a lecture to sort of like this affirming thing, which was also interesting because Rowan, as Brandon was playing, it was kind of like pissed off, confused, but also like, so it felt to me very much like I can't wait to hear what Brandon was feeling about it, but it felt like Rowan was like, what the like what just happened? Like, the meme of the kids from the hall guy being like, what the, like it just felt like that, because it was sort of so much of a mixture of affirmation, but also what are you doing and all that. Like there was so much good stuff in that. So I thought that Ilarion, and then the last part, which was the masterstroke, is the whole not getting the sarcasm thing, which was very, very funny. That was great too. So yeah, and it'll be interesting to see Ilarion also as kind of a bridge maybe with Girana, because Girana, from Ilarion's point of view, is really important to all of this at some level. And yet Rowan is quite, in some ways, justifiably pissed at what Girana was involved with. So there was a lot going on there that Ilarion, it seemed to me, had to navigate. So I am curious how you felt about this.
It was so much fun. It's, and it's almost unfair that because I'm playing such a creature that is so different than the average, even, halfling, gnome, whatever, that I can take that total, almost alien, which is why I said the meat beings, because in a lot of ways, that's what Ilarion views all of the rest of their party. They've been on this land, this continent for a century, 100 years wandering around, getting, often masquerading as a simple warforged because no one knows. And these beings still confound them all the time, every day. And Rowan is every character here has their own peccadillos that they find intriguing, but Rowan's like an encapsulation of all of them. Which is infuriating. Yes, yes, exactly. Constantly carping, like you said, carping about doing this and going here, and oh my God, like, but yet you stay. What? So he's kind of like his own little pet project in a way. But yeah, obviously it was kind of funny when things came to a head with Girana. And of course, they know she can't leave because they've been to the Gray and she's going to die out there. It's very simple. So part of it was to protect her, but also because she does have information, both of them. And it's like, well, now we have to have this conversation, which was delightful because everyone here is great role players. And the fact that he suddenly turned it on to, like you said, that second half of that conversation, which went in a completely different, yet not entirely unexpected, just the way he approached it was amazing. And I'm just pleased I was able to keep up and give what I thought was in the moment the answer that I think Ilarion would have given, and is also very true according to the character. So yeah, that was marvelous, just absolutely delightful. And I cannot wait also to hear what Brendan thought of the whole thing, since he apparently was in the middle of the game of telephone with everyone else. Yeah, it was great fun, and I really enjoyed it. So yeah, that was great. Yeah.
Where will the
Good
folks
times.
find you next, John?
Here in I think 2 weeks. Pick up on the 20th again or something like that.
Yeah,
pretty much. Otherwise, it's going to be Adepticon in Schaumburg, Illinois for the kickoff of our anniversary years, but primarily BattleTech there. And I'll have more information on where I'll be throughout the country, throughout the year. So, absolutely. But yeah, good stuff. Great stuff by everybody. So yeah, I'll be back in 2 weeks. Can't wait to pick up the second part of us stuck in the Gray. So
yeah, part 2 of bit.
Unless that ship gets here really quickly.
Yeah, well,
no, a lot of fun. A lot of fun.
Good stuff. Well done today, John. Also very well done, Jen from Nisiana. Yeah, you were another person who was the interacting with Rowan, and I loved that entire segment. It felt very real to Nisiana that Nisiana would be. First of all, since everyone's been under stress, no one's at their best at the moment. And I could very much understand you being like, what the hell are you doing giving me my, hey, walking after and being like, don't do that. And then almost like forcibly healing, just like, take this, wha-pow. See, like all that. So that was fascinating. And I loved, again, the incredulity from Rowan about that was great. But it also felt to me very much like Nisiana was really like, was really angry that Rowan wouldn't understand his significance separate from a transactional nature, right? And that that's offensive, but it's also offensive because it's like you don't see it. Like we haven't expressed it. You don't get it. You don't understand why you matter. Like that whole thing was really interesting to me, and it was complex in a very wonderfully human, in this case, halfling sort of way. So I like that a lot, and it feels like there's more that's going to come out as a result of that interaction as time goes on. How did you feel about the session today, Jen, and where will the fine folks find you next?
It was a fun session. Here's the thing that people keep forgetting about Nisiana. She's 18 years old. She's really young.
Yeah.
This is her first time out of the trauma wards. She's never done this before. This is the first time she saw war. This is the first time she saw bad leadership in action. The first time she saw the sacrifice of thousands. She wanted to argue. She was angry. She's just flat out tired and angry. But also she was really offended that Rowan would treat her like, that
a service person. Really.
I did this because you're going to pay me, and not because I have this potion, I need help. Are you willing to do this? It's dangerous. Because if Ilarion could have drunk it, she would have just handed it to him to go scout. But also she knew that he was very angry, and she never saw anything with Girana. She doesn't know anything about the book of attempting to prove that the elementals are sentient. It's all somehow managed. She doesn't know any of that other than the woman was a captive who worked on the forge. And I don't think it was done on purpose, but somehow she's been protected from that knowledge. But so she doesn't quite understand Rowan's anger at Garana, and she doesn't understand why he is quite so angry, but also she hasn't come to really process all the pain and death and dying that she could not stop.
Mm-hmm.
And the more that she knows is coming. I really enjoyed that. That was fun. I mean, that's why I was like, I'm a halfling. You know, well, just like
don't call me human. Yeah, like, you know.
It was a very she's freaking 18 years old. The other thing is, while she was writing the carousel, all she could think was, wow, Seer was beautiful. This was so pretty. This is what we've lost. This is amazing. And she actually wanted to say something to Mia Tanton about, my God, your homeland was so beautiful, in a very tone deaf sort of way. But she didn't get a chance because, one, she got telepathy in her head, and all she could do was remember this, remember this, remember this. Like she started repeating this over and over so that she could remember it, because then she started hearing him scream, and she had to make that choice. But it wasn't scream of pain, it was an emotional scream. And she's seen him get upset before. And maybe in the back of the mind, she kind of goes, oh, right, this was Seer. And he just, like me, just watched the beginning of the end of it. So yeah, this was good. I don't like the gray. I would like to get out of this now. I'm really tired of this. I want to go home. My poor little halfling she is tired. She wants to go home. She does feel defeated, even though we succeeded. She does feel a bit defeated, and she is clawing little victories where she can, and she's trying to bolster Rowan, and she's trying to, and she doesn't know all of what her sister's going through just yet. But you know, it'll be something she can focus on later. So that's where I am right now. There's a lot of emotion going through this, and I did enjoy it, and I did write down the words. So
yeah,
I
should say, by the way, that's like the has wants. There should be a slash there. I don't think you can't like it. So it's kind of like has/wants information. But I didn't know how to. I mean, in a message, has/wants. Like I don't think
has wants.
Has wants. Where will the fine folks find you next, Jen?
On Twitch this month. It will be here on the 20th. Otherwise, you can find me on... I'm most active on Blue Sky. I do still exist on X, mostly as advertisement at this point. Facebook, I will be personable. Instagram, Jennifer_Brozek is mostly cats, because mostly cats. Otherwise, I won't have my next convention until the end of March. And that's when Dear Pen Pal also launches. So the end of March is going to be very, very busy. And then I have a special thing coming up to share with you in February. But until I get the date, I can't tell you what it is.
Okay, very cool.
Thank you. Very
cool. Thanks, Jen. Always a pleasure. So Brandon, this was a nothing session for you. Nothing really happened with it. It's very appropriate. You're at the center of the ziggurat here because my God, you were. I mean, obviously, I don't think this was. This clearly wasn't expected initially, but part of it is the strength of Rowan's reaction, which I think summarized in a lot of ways the anger I think the group felt at just the circumstances, like the things that happened, stuff that, the betrayal and everything else, was expressed through Rowan's reactions. And of course, Rowan is reacting to largely, the enslavement of the elementals, then all the shit that just went down, the people that we lost, like there's just a lot of and I think the physical as reflected by you as Rowan holding onto this sword that had burned his hand, right? that just all seemed to really be kind of encapsulated in you. So it meant that you had, obviously you're a wonderful role player, which really was helpful tonight because it meant that you had all of these things that you had to play off of with different people. I mean, I'm not sure that I could even find one highlight. Your incredulous reaction to Ilarion was great. I think you laid out sort of like, what if you found that I pickpocketed you? That whole thing about like, would you have forgiven me was fascinating, in that some of the anger clearly that we're getting from Rowan here that's up towards Girana is really about anger directed towards himself that he hasn't been able to express in another way, right? I mean, a lot of this is, I know what it's like to be a con man. I know what it's like to be a charlatan. I know what it's like, but that there is a line that Rowan wouldn't cross. That line you had about, that Rowan had about how I would have been there without any arms. The idea being that I would have I wouldn't have done what Girana did because they had to, or whatever the reason is, was really, really powerful. So there was like a visceral nature to the role play that you were doing that I think everyone picked up on, so that you had this great one with Ilarion, you had this great one with Nisiana, you had this great interaction with Merime, you had this several, and then the attempted one with Tanton, where Tanton's like, no, thank you. It's just like, all right, I guess I don't have a conversation with you. And then you were the first one, of course, to actually be on the carousel and see this first description. So there was a lot going on, and I'm curious, Brandon, about what did you feel about all of these like incoming role play interactions that you had with him?
Oh God. So out of character, my first thought is this episode is actually my greatest fear. In that, coming into the crew after you all had already done, at this point, 40, like high 30s episodes, low 40s, a number of episodes before I got here. One of the things that I was really nervous about is in an attempt to make sure that everybody gets equal spotlight in very good RP, that there would come a point where I would just be the audience surrogate character for the episode, where everybody needs to interact with me because I haven't been having feelings for a long time. And then it happened. And it's even funnier because Rowan joined the team because of Tanton, and Tanton is the only person who hasn't spoken to me yet. So all the feelings that I have about being here, I can't channel it through the reason why I'm here, which is hilarious to me.
I bet you all might be chatting with him now, though, after the reaction.
Oh no, yeah,
had, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, that
I have a lot of feelings about.
Yeah.
Not even because I've seen it, but because Tanton saw it. But we will get to that point. But like, everybody's having feelings, and I think the thing that is, I think I've discovered two things about Rowan in these interactions, which is the greatest part of RP for me, when we yes-and each other to the point where I have discovered a thing about my character.
Yeah.
And one of those things is that a lot of my frustration about being a part of the King's Citadel is because Rowan has never been a part of a team before. Not because he's like a loner or something like that, like he can't trust other people, but because when things go wrong, he's never wanted to be in a position to have to worry about what's happening to other people. And now he's in a team where people are worried about him and expect him to behave a certain way about it. And like, this is what being in a team is like. We're fighting about gold. Just keep the gold.
Yeah, the money would be easier, right? Like, just take the goddamn gold. Like, you know, like, yeah.
Who says no to money? And now I'm having a fight. And now I'm having a fight with a non-mortal about the act of being, about the existential purpose of being. Like, why is this happening? And like, a lot of that frustration is, I get that y'all care about me, but I care about y'all too, which is why I'm trying to not be in a position where people suffer, and we're bringing a reminder of people suffering with us. But also, and I mean, we'll get into a lot of more of the backstory about a lot of those things that happened. Part of it has to do with why I have a metal arm, and part of it has to do with why Tanton no longer works where he works. but a lot of Rowan's code is that people like Rowan don't deserve to suffer. And it becomes very hard to just to be in this kind of work when you're watching other people suffer and then have to go on like that's not a loss. And he's surrounded by people who are like, no, yeah, this sucks, but we still have to do the thing. I'm like, I get why we have to do the thing. It's just, why is the fact that this sucks the first thing, and not why are y'all are so easily motivated by doing the thing? I still want to be mad. And finding ways to navigate that, finding ways first and foremost to be in a group of people who have who, while still being as angry as he is, very obviously, are motivated first and foremost with the desire to continue even in emotionally untenable circumstances where he would have cut his losses and move on because that's how he needed to live, is doing a number on his brain. Yeah. Because at the end of the day, he still processes this entire scene as, we came out worse for the situation and still need to win against the gunship that I hated when it was our ally. So how do we do that? Anyone figured out how to kill a Lord of Blades yet? No, I guess we're just going to die then? We're just going to count more bodies? That's why this sucks for him.
I've got an idea, but that's going to come way later.
But then again, that's why I have Disintegrate, right?
There you go.
So, why do I feel we're going to get to the point where Elarian is going to fastball special me towards the Lord of Blades, and that's how I fire Disintegrate, and that's how we end this entire game. But yeah, everybody got an opportunity to process their own feelings in ways that still feel less than all of Rowan's rage. And at some point we're going to come to terms with the fact that a lot about Rowan needs to change in order for, not just for him to work in the group, but for being in a group to work for him. And I'm very excited to see us get to that point, because we're losing right now, and I feel like the only way that we get there is either we win or we recontextualize our next loss.
Yeah. Although it's funny how much, isn't it, just you saying that, how much the victory comes through loss, by which I mean, you know, the acknowledgement that like the fact that there is something now that is big enough to lose is the reason why in the end you have an opportunity to have a victory, because you feel the compassion and connection that the other side doesn't have, right? Like if the Lord of Blades is whatever and has given up on humanity or whatever, just like wants to destroy everything, what is victory for him other than just literally the title of the episode, a bunch of bitter ashes, right? Whereas you don't have that sense, or at least the King's Citadel doesn't seem to have that sense, that there's still something worth stumbling on for anyway, and that's a kind of compassion that separates them perhaps from what the Lord of Blades is doing. I'm way oversimplifying, but it just reminded me that, yeah, it's a paradoxical thing that sometimes victory seems most likely to happen only after loss, in a way. So anyway, very interesting. You're having a philosophical discussion, but not with a mannequin this time. Still my favorite line of the evening. That was so great.
Oh, Lord.
So good stuff. Where will the fine folks find you next, Brandon?
I am on social media. The other thing that I did for my own mental health is that I took all of the notifications off of X and Mastodon from my phone. So I'm still there. Please still like my things, but I'm not going to see you like them. But that's where I'm going to talk about all of the things that I'm still doing, including coming up next week, the return of Arcanites, a Power Rangers actual play series.
Nice.
Now moved to a new channel, twitch.tv/ArclightCourt. We have to figure out how we get back from the already grandiose action of literally sending a castle to the moon. So we'll figure out how that goes. But I'm very excited for Arcanites to be back. That will be every second and fourth Monday of every month, starting from the 8th as we get back into our next season. And on that Saturday evening. What Saturday is that again? The 13th. On my channel, twitch.tv/The Rising Tides. Iori Kusano and I will be recapping the 74th Kohaku Utagassen. So if you want to hear us talk about J-pop music, please join us for that. It will be a lot of fun. That's all that I'm doing for this week. And again, I reminded all of you lovely people that Grey Shade, ! Grey Shade, if you want to find out more information about the RPG, please check that out. We are due a conversation very soon as we talk about what's coming up in that book. I am very excited for us to, at some point in this year, be able to actually show you the stuff that we have cooking for the RPG. So if you're not following us, if you're not following the Kickstarter, if you're not getting updates about that thing that you want to, please do. It's actually lots of fun as we're coming up with new and novel ideas for this game every day.
Totally agree. That should be, if all goes well, don't hold us to anything, but late this year, we should, if all goes well, be able to have it released late this year. So I think that is the plan. But again, we will see. There's a lot of road between here and there. But I feel very excited about that, and I can't wait. It's going to be amazing. That'll be another one that'll be super, lighthearted and, not at all in the feels and all that stuff. I mean,
cheery, very cheery.
No trauma.
Upbeat book, no trauma.
No trauma whatsoever about the assassin losing his faith.
No, not in the least. I'm not working on the conclusion of that being called heretic. Like, why? What would actually be? Anyway, it'll. But no, wonderful work today, Brandon. Thank you, and yes, very excited for that as well. Moving on up the line. So Marie, again, great stuff as well from Merame. I mean, everybody had great moments tonight. I loved the conversation with Hilar, and I think that we got a lot of insight into Merame's feelings, and these are things that have been talked about before, about the Kalashtar heritage, about how much to be drawn towards it, the fact that there are so many parallels with the Draconic prophecy, and that's sort of something which is she has wanted to be more grounded than that. Maybe that's not the way to do it. The sense of her sense of sort of understanding a little bit towards, like, being less rage-filled than Rowan, but totally understanding, because of her own sympathy for elementals, Rowan's anger towards Girana, and just being like, not going to run her through, but just like, listen, this is the deal, whatever. And then also having understanding of Rowan and having that conversation with Rowan as well about what are you feeling and what can I do for you and all that kind of stuff. There was just a great deal of that. And I love the image, which I had not considered, that for the first time you imagined, or you saw, Merame saw Nisiana in the frame of the destroyed Razor Crag, right? And all of a sudden that was a reality. Like, Nisiana might not have made it, and would have been a part of that destruction, and I would have lost her. And what would that mean? That was very interesting to me. It reminded me a little bit of the spectacular, after Fellowship of the Ring, the film, when Gandalf falls in Moria, the spectacular scene afterwards when all of them are standing outside and they're all crying and they're all sad and whatever. The Orlando Bloom's acting of Legolas's reaction is spectacular, and you need to go look at it if you haven't already, because his reaction is not sobbing, it's astonishment, confusion, what is this? Like a kind of furrowed of the brow of what does it mean to lose Gandalf? To lose an angel? What does that mean? That I really loved that image about you. That was what it reminded me of. You're describing Nisiana's loss, which wouldn't have been just grief. It would have been, what does that mean? What is the world without Nisiana there for Merame? I just thought it was really good stuff. How did you feel about it today, Maria, and where will the fine folks find you next?
I really liked it. I mean, it was good RP all around. Really fun to watch, fun to participate in. Just good. I love the conversation with Rowan, and that fed into her. Because when she started to, it was a lot she felt the rage of the elemental, and she's the only one who was in its mind too. She got slammed by it. It was so harsh, and she's still both dazed by it and feels the wrath, but she's also feeling disconnected. So it's just a very uncomfortable place for her to be, emotionally. And so she kind of fed off of Rowan's rage, and then kind of took some of it a bit on Girana while trying to warn her at the same time. Because she doesn't want Rowan to do something that will throw everything off. But yeah, and so it was very disconnected for her. And then I love the conversation with Halar as well, where she got to just kind of express how she's been feeling and how she's trying to just be connected, and she's feeling like, and for her it was just like, it's something you said at the end of the last session, or like, like the way that you see the broken crag, and then there was like the captain's like
The jacket,
something. Yeah, the jacket was there, and then like for her, Mirime saw like Nisiana in juxtaposition, which these are all people that were alive just moments ago, our allies, our friends, and now, and it was that moment for her that was like, this is too real now. This is uncomfortable. It wasn't supposed to be war. It was supposed to be keeping the peace, and we're stepping onto the other side of that very, very delicate balance right now.
Can I ask you a quick follow-up question on that, Marie? Do you think that war matters for Mirame now more than it did when she first fought it? I mean, Mirame fought in the last war, but it feels like this makes this time around seems different. Is that true?
It is. This time it's more personal because her sister's with her. In the last one, she fought in a war. It needed to be done, and she was trying to distract herself from her dreams as well. So it was just a good way to do it because there was so much happening. Just, trying to stay alive, and her sister was safe in the wards, the healing wards. It was fine. But this time it's personal, and not only that, but it feels like, in the last war it was like, okay, I'm fighting a battle. I'm a soldier. I'm a fighter. I'm in the middle of this, but my actions do not necessarily immediately change the course of it. Whereas in this one, it is like our actions very clearly change the course of this.
Yep.
And that is a lot of pressure and a lot of terror as well, because she likes her friends, she likes who she's traveling with, and she liked Halar too, but she's lost so many companions beforehand that she was used to losing them. Now she was not quite in that mindset anymore. She's backed away from the war, and now it's all coming rushing back, right? That slight PTSD, I imagine. That displeasure.
Yeah, absolutely.
And she's very curious, like just a feeling that everything is riding on them. Is
blame passion. Hashtag blame Mirame. Wow. Damn. I guess you can't flourish that one out of the way. That's right. No, it's true. Like there's you're part of an elite group. You're all level 11. King Citadel is standing in the way of a lot of this. If not us, who, right?
Exactly.
Which is why your little moment of being like, I've heard that before and it didn't help me, I was just like, I got that completely. I'm like, yep. I mean,
right?
Yeah, like, thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
Thank you. That wasn't stressful before.
Yeah, no doubt. Thanks. Appreciate that.
And like Flame went with like, you must all carry the Oracle of War or protect it or the world will fall. Like, what the heck? Like, what is your problem?
Yeah,
like,
seriously.
God, have a cookie. Anyways, yeah. So, and that's the kind of stuff, because she backed away from the Kalishtar heritage, which is all about, the battles of the Kori and lending your strength. And so like, that's the big cosmic battle that she backed away from, even though, she was told of her importance and all that. And now suddenly it's like same thing, different plane.
Yeah.
So it's interesting. Yeah, she's going to work through it, no doubt. Flourish some of it off. We'll see how it goes.
Where will the fine folks see you next, Marie?
I will be here with everybody else on January the 20th. I'm looking forward to that. If you are in Ottawa area, which I don't know that any of you are, but if you happen to be near Ottawa area, on February 23rd and 24th, I will be at Carlton Place, where there is a grand author takeover. It will be fun. I will have books to sell. Come buy them. Come say hello. Come drink some wine. It's going to be great. And that's it. That's me.
Good stuff. Thank you, Marie. Wonderful stuff as always.
Thank you.
Tren, we've role played a lot, quite a bit, and I had over the years, and I had a feeling that this was not something I think that was being done lightly. When I saw that the setup was coming for the carnival, I was like, I was wondering how Tanton was going to react to it. In that Tanton's focus on everything based upon the situation. You know, in the intro video, the new line about Tantan is like, who had long memory, who remembers what he did for the last war and what he might have to do for the next one. And that, to me, was sort of the tie-in of what was happening here with Seer, because Seer was spectacularly beautiful. Like, I mean, it was utopic. And the idea then that it would be sort of consumed this way through arrogance, through almost an anti-compassion, through a lack of understanding of consequences, through incompetence, and most of all through hatred, which is what motivates war. These things are things that I think have sort of bubbled up below the surface, and we have seen Tantan upset on occasion. But that was so visceral and so unlike Tantan to be out of his head in this way, that I think it was even more profound. And I love the image of the whale combined with Nisiana being like, you know, like, oh, wow, you know, like sort of amazed. And then also having this message come, like, there's just a lot going on, especially given all the stresses you've all been under. So there's a lot going on. So I'm curious about what you felt about it. And I'm also curious, I'm curious about how you felt about the session, but I'm also curious, did you know the minute you started seeing this that your reaction was going to be that visceral, or did it like flow from it? I'm just curious about that.
Yes, absolutely knew that's what was going to happen.
Okay.
That was the way it was going to be. Because when we were dealing with the flying citadel thing.
Yeah, the conclave.
Conclave,
yeah.
that was the word.
Mm-hmm.
And when Ilarion was upstairs and saw the map with Seer on it and the big red label, and I had made a note at that point that if Ilarion came down and Tantan saw that map, he would lose it, at least a little bit. And because he wasn't here. He wasn't in Seer when this happened. He was in Sharn.
Yeah.
So he never saw it until now.
Yeah.
Now he has seen what happened. He's had it described for him before, but he usually tells people to shut the fuck up and he doesn't want to hear it. But now he has seen it. And if Rowan had told him what he saw when he was on that thing, when he was on that carousel, Tantan never would have set foot on that thing. Mm. The only reason he got on is because he didn't know what it was going to show him. And Rowan didn't seem, adversely affected, so he went ahead and got on the thing.
Yeah.
And oh boy, does he regret it.
Yeah.
It's just he is going to be like catatonic, or close to it. Just whatever the absolutely uncontrollable sobbing of just emotional crush weight of being at the bottom of the Marianas Trench, he is going to be fucked up for quite a while. But I did know that as soon as you started describing it, I was like, okay, this is all going to hinge on what Rowan says when Tantan asks, and that's what put it in motion. There's still a lot more. Oh, and the whole conversation with Rowan and Ilarion, where Rowan's like, when you guys first met me, I was charlatan, swindler, blah blah, and I'm like, customer. What? You were a customer. I met him long before any of these people ever did, and he was a customer. Big deal. Yeah. And just like, but Tantan didn't hear that because he was dialed in on what he was doing.
Right.
And so it's just like, love it so much. Yeah, this is going to be just delicious. Absolutely love it. Love it to death. Let's see, what else was there? Yeah, just everything.
I figured this is session you could eat with a spoon, Trent. I felt like this was like,
man. This very much like you often say, the best times are when you can just, as a DM, just sit back.
Oh, yeah.
Just what? And this was where I was like, and
then, yeah.
And then sitting here and thinking Tantan has no idea any of this is going on. And so when, Rowan's like, do you have anything to say? He's like, nope. I'm busy.
Which is why I'm glad, actually, in a way. I mean, glad is a relative term. From a role-playing point of view, I am glad in the end that Tantan did step on the carousel in that sense, because there is a emotional root then into which is there, right? It's at Tantan's core. This is not actually the Lord of Blades. By the way, that was the other thing. The whole back and forth at the very beginning with Sol Ring and Tantan about like what that means, because it's like two artificers being like, oh Jesus, this forge, yeah, that forge, oh Jesus, like this is because the Lord of Blades may be this guy, and Sol Ring's like, I'm sorry, what did you just say? Like all of that was really interesting, but there's a coldness there that isn't there with Tantan, but it's somewhere buried below the intellect. But oh my God, like that is going to provide opportunity. So as I say, I'm not happy like, yay, that's uplifting. I just mean it's a great moment for exploration, which is what D&D is the best game. People are part of this reason.
I want to briefly interject,
Yeah,
because again, this feeds back into it's both funny and very intensely dramatic that the one person that Rowan didn't get to talk to was Tantan. Because if we did talk, you would be the only person who I would have told what happened on the carousel, but instead, when I stepped off, it was because I didn't want anybody else I wanted you all to see that I was mildly going through it in my brain and go, maybe I don't want to step on the thing. But I didn't want to talk to anybody, and then you did the thing, and then it happened, and now I'm having a lot of feelings about watching you in a lot of pain. When we get back, one of the first things I'm going to do is just run back towards you. So yeah.
Well, I have to say, I mean, the whole thing with Rowan getting on and getting off and not, I mean, hey, Trent said, Mia Tansen said, well, he looks all right. And Nisa's like, I want to do it. I want to do the thing. Because she always wants to do the thing.
Yeah.
And she asked Tantan to get on with her.
Yeah. It was just like, I want to do the thing. It was like.
Yeah, that's true, actually. Yeah. I mean, but that's like, yeah.
I mean, and now she knows where he came from and what it was like and how beautiful it was. And then she saw the beginning of the morning.
Yeah.
So that's also a thing that she's going to have to deal with, because she knows now what he lost.
Right.
And I actually have no idea how Nisiana's going to talk with him about that, because right now she's just trying to keep a message in her head. Because
I'll deal with that in a minute. First, this message. No, it was, you know.
Honestly, Ilarion or Halar would get mad at her otherwise if she didn't actually remember what Flame
Yeah, there's
said.
something riding on it, for sure.
Yeah, there are definitely priorities.
That's true.
You are muted, John.
I would be disappointed. I'm not sure I'd be mad.
Okay, that's even worse.
Yeah.
Remember, 18
disappointed.
years
I'm not
old.
mad. I'm just disappointed.
Back to Ilarion dad thing.
Yeah. I'm gonna let Trin finish here. I do want to say quickly though that I'm sorry that the outro everybody is going so long, but I really wanted a little bit of a post-mortem on this, because I really wanted to get a sense of where people were at with what they're feeling about it, because this is really like, at its core, really great role play. I think it's nice for us sometimes to be able to kind of sort of peel back. I do want to say to viewers, by the way, watching this that are interested in this, don't be afraid of moments like this with depth. If you have safety tools in place, if you've talked to your players about stuff they want to deal with and not deal with, you should always do that. But assuming you've done that, don't be afraid, especially in an extended campaign, to have moments of safety where this can get talked about, because the alternative is to avoid these feelings, which is a horrific mistake. You can't avoid those feelings because they're going to show up somewhere else. I'm not talking about going into traumas. That's a different thing, and that's what lines and veils and safety tools cover. But I'm talking about moments of sadness is not something to be avoided necessarily. That's what makes these things not only wonderfully entertaining, but deeply enriching, because you can play these things out in a different context. So I did want to say that you're watching a wonderful group of role players here. So take that and think about that yourselves in your own play, because it gives you an opportunity to deepen your own experience as a human. And I don't think I'm being hyperbolic with that. Sorry, Trent, go on and finish. I wanted to say that we're in the middle of it. Say again.
Halfling. She's a halfling.
Anyway, yes. But those watching are presumably not. I honestly thought you were making a hyperbolic joke. I'm like, wait, I didn't. No, never mind. I was like, that's not. I get it now. Yes. So, human and halfling and mortal creatures.
Where will people see me next?
Yes.
Here, probably, on Tuesday. Not this coming Tuesday.
A week
but
from
Tuesday
yeah.
after.
Yep.
And then after that, we'll be back here again that following Saturday for more of this. Where you might hear me is again in the audiobook, which I just linked in chat again, Inner Space and Outer Thoughts from NASA, JPL, and Caltech authors. I'm one of several narrators who worked on that, including our own fantastic two people in the room. And it's just a delight, lots and lots of fun. Great book.
Awesome. And yes, you should. I'm looking forward to checking that out myself. Thank you so much for the raid, Indy. I appreciate it. Welcome, Murph. Welcome, Indy, my friend. Good to see you all. Yeah. And we are going to be seeing Indy for the next Our Vocalist session, which is coming soon.
Reading A Christmas Carol backwards.
Yeah, exactly. That's totally what we're going to. But we are wrapping up. But in fact, I think I was planning on. Oh, yeah. I was planning on rating you. Well, I am going to change that around, and I will go in a different direction. I'll redirect the raid in just a minute. But thank you. I think you were playing Oblivion, if I'm not mistaken, and he's been doing an Oblivion playthrough, which has been very entertaining. And he's ending much too fast these days. Like, I need someone I can, while I'm winding down, watch the awesome, like, Indy just sort of, chill, like, lay back in the stream with the awesome community of Indy. But anyway, thank you, my friend. I appreciate it. Thanks for the raid. And wonderful work from all the players. We will have these folks back here, of course, on the 20th. But you will see Tren a week from Tuesday for Beowulf Age of Heroes. This is a duet with me, so it's me and Tren. And on this coming Tuesday is me and Tari, so you'll definitely want to see us for that. But thank you to all of the wonderful players tonight. Really good work, Infinity and Beyond. And thank you for kicking off Season 4 in a very memorable way. So, chat, can we get some love for the amazing Infinity and Beyond crew of Tren Dane Sparks, of Marie Bilodeau, of Brandon O'Brien, of Jennifer Brozek, and of John Helfers. Players, thank you. Wonderful stuff tonight. I will see you folks in a couple of weeks. Bye for now. Yeah, okay, well, you did 4 hours, but you didn't do the 4 hours that corresponds with me. What about my needs? No, I'm just kidding. I know that you obviously had zero control over any of that. But no, I was just saying that. So there's ones, where you're like settled back, and you're like, yeah, nice, I can kind of kick back, and I can, what? Why is one of my favorite streamers not streaming? This is a bunch of garbage. I don't appreciate it. But no, I'm obviously joking. Very, very awesome for that you did the raid. So thank you so much for that. And I had a great time tonight. I really enjoyed this tonight. I really enjoyed premiering. If you didn't see it, by the way, stick around before we go on our raid, because the Season 4 video, if you didn't see it, I'm going to play it again at the end, and it's a brand new Season 4 video, which I'm very excited about. So that's great. We're also going to have a new video coming up on Tuesday with Session 1 of Beowulf Age of Heroes with Tari Tunes. So you will definitely want to be here for that. That is going to be a good time. It's going to be really awesome, so you'll want to be here for that. If you liked what you saw and heard today, I hope you will follow the channel. I hope you will check out my YouTube with !ArvTube. And if you were watching over on my YouTube channel today, thank you. Please make sure to stop. I was like, why is that not going? Please make sure, if you have not done so already, there we go. Make sure, if you have not done so already, to subscribe to me on YouTube, and please hang out with us over on Twitch as well from the YouTube channel. That's !ArvTube. Discord is !ArvCord. Please join us on my Discord. Hang out with the Arvanauts, which is, I think, the best community on Twitch, though I am biased. There's a lot of amazing communities out there, of course. But you can join us on the Discord. Twitter, my Twitter is !ArvTweets. My Blue Sky is !ArvSky. Website for all of that is arvaneleron.com. Financially, !ArvShop is the merchandise area where you can get stuff for Infinity and Beyond, and the just completed Shire Adventures. The channel in general has some Arvan Eleron merchandise, and then we've got more Expedition for the Mysterious Peaks merchandise coming up soon. So definitely support us over there. The Patreon, which is sitting right there, !ArvTreon. That is really the financial backbone of the channel, and you can get cool stuff for yourself and cool stuff for the channel. So you'll definitely want to stop back for that and support that if you can. Also, subbing to the channel is always appreciated. By subbing or resubbing, you get those custom sub badges and emotes, and you can also get inspirations to help our players. Thank you for those of you, Prince Justin and I believe Hillness at the very beginning, and some others who were able to resub. So thank you all for doing that, and please consider spreading the word and subbing yourselves if you have not done so already. On the publishing side, Exclamation Point Icarus is my graphic novel from Athos Arts. Exclamation Point Library is my Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library, my 5e adventure and sourcebook from Alligator Alley Entertainment. Again, a reminder, the second adventure in that trilogy of adventures, called Return to the Forbidden Library, is going to be the subject of our live D&D event on January 26th at the Klein Memorial Auditorium in Bridgeport, Connecticut. It is free to attend that, so if you're in the tri-state area, please do come. We want as many people as we can get there. It's sponsored by the Bridgeport Public Library, and we're going to have a lot of cool stuff going on for that, so please do come for that. I'm also going to be trying to live stream it as well, but much the best way to see it, if you can, is to actually be in person. If you're not in the tri-state area, then obviously live stream is where you want to go, but definitely stop by for that. And that also, that adventure is what you can find, the second of 3 adventures that you can find in that Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library with that Exclamation Point Library link. Exclamation Point Greyshade is my Grey Assassin trilogy from Athos Arts. Greyshade and Renegade are already out. The final book in the trilogy, Heretic, I am working on as we speak. That'll be out later this year in the summer, so you can pre-order Heretic. You can buy Greyshade and Renegade right now. You can buy the audiobook of Greyshade right now from our very own Trent Sparks, who you just saw that amazing role-play work from. And you can pre-order the tabletop role-playing game being designed by Brandon O'Brien, the amazing role-player that you just saw just now, which is going to be coming out late this year. You can do all of those things at that Exclamation Point Greyshade link. And as always, Exclamation Point BLM, Black Lives Matter, important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. Exclamation Point Help Now, which is the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Important to reach out to others when you need help and reach out to others when they need help as well. And Exclamation Point Ukraine, UKRAINE, to help the people of Ukraine as they fight back against an illegal and illegitimate war with bravery and courage, and send the message that we will do so for others in this situation in the future. Now, we are going to do a raid, and the raids are very simple here. If you are not a sub, you're going to do this. The Arvanauts have landed, followed by Twitch raid. That's lowercase Twitch, uppercase R, lowercase AID. If you are a sub, you're going to do this. Excuse me, Arvany Hype, the Arvanauts have landed, Twitch raid, and then you can do all the other Arvanys, Arvany Roar, Arvany Witch, Arvany Love, Arvany Smug, Arvany Blown, Arvany Crit Hit, Arvany Fail, Arvany Ha, Arvany Yay, all the Arvanys when you are brought over automagically during this raid right after the video that you're about to see. Please stick around for the raid and do that raid and then head off to wherever you're going to go. Helps the people that we raid and also helps us, so please do that if you can. I will be back, by the way, on Tuesday at noon Eastern for, again, session 1 of Beowulf, Age of Heroes with Tari Tunes, and then I'll be over on GOG.com's Twitch channel at 4:15 p.m. Eastern for a special Talisman board game multiplayer event with the GOG crew of Pyron Jade, Darksaber 2K, Peripheral, Mike, and Ananda, so you'll be wanting to stop by for that if you can. Thank you to my wonderful mods, Dragonspear, Drew the Damager, Prince Justin, The Rising Tides, and Triffity Matt's Best in the Business. Thank you so much to my Patreon supporters and subscribers, Dragon, Drew, Prince Justin, Rising Tides, Triffid, Crit Twitch, Divinorium, Radio Johnny Panda, and Trendane. And thank you to my wonderful viewers. Thank you to Aha, thank you to Big Boss, Black Fury, Dark Sinner, thank you to Duke, thank you to Erock, thank you to Jeffrey Lee, thank you to High Recon, It's Riot, thank you to Jagtris, thank you to Jiv, thank you to Joseph, thank you to Light and Passion, thank you to Marie Bilodeau, to Mark, to Nick Fridge, to Cyrock, thank you to Senek, thank you to Sleeping Beauty, and thank you to This Is Unreal and Wispy Song. Thank you everybody so much. And Thursday, that's right. And Thursday is D&D with viewers. That's right. That I was just talking about the next one, which is Tuesday. But yes, then Thursday we've got D&D with viewers coming up as well. So you will definitely want to be here for that. That's it for me. I will be back to you folks in a couple of days. Until then, everyone, please be good to each other. If you're in the Northeast, good luck shoveling out from the storm. Thank God we actually have a little bit of snow to work with. And I will see you lovely people back here on Tuesday. Special thanks tonight to my Infinity and Beyond players of Tren, Marie, Jen, Brandon, and John. Great stuff from all of them. And thanks, chat, for being amazing as always. I'll see you folks on Tuesday. Stick around for the video and the raid. And good night for now. Everyone, as always, please be good to each other, and I'll see you soon. Bye.
Most folks in Eberron live their lives hoping to survive and protect the ones they care about the most. A few do that and more, trying to help those around them, even the ones they don't know. But only one group does all that when no one else can. The King's Citadel. The ones who do the job no one else can do. Elarion, the Shield. A star-forged aegis whose strength lies in their shield, their armor, and their will to keep the Citadel and its mission safe. Merime, the Sword. A Kalashtar bard whose dreams have grown more troubled, the sight of her future grown more dim, but whose skill in battle, wisdom in counsel, and love for her sister and the Citadel has grown even stronger. Tantin, the Brain. A dragon-marked human artificer whose jovial demeanor conceals a deep curiosity, razor-sharp intellect, and long memory, with knowledge of what he did for the last war, and what he can or must do for the next one. Nisiana, the Heart. A dragon-marked halfling healer whose love for her sister is matched only by her desire to help and heal the members of the Citadel, even as the threats they face grow stronger and stranger, and even if she herself can't know where the next path might lead. Rowan, the Wild Card. A human wild magic sorcerer who's played a dangerous game for most of his life. Now he's gone all in to save his friends. But will he have the chips to pay if his bet is called? These 5 elite operatives came together to aid the salvage outpost of Salvation, where the Grey hovers nearby, a threat and a promise. With the Oracle of War, they found an artifact powerful enough to end a war, or begin one. They traveled to Sharn, City of Towers, and started to unravel the Oracle's mysteries while stopping assassination attempts from the Emerald Claw and the Nation of Thrain. They found Sky Blue, the daring thief somehow tied into the ancient draconic prophecy, and stopped the Claw operative Erulin Karnak before traveling back to Salvation and into the Grey to take down the repurposed Conclave outpost, repel a war-forged invasion, and take the fight to the Lord of Blade's secret fortress, Razorcrag. They found an elemental forge of great power and rescued both hostages from Salvation and the maker of the Oracle of War himself. But the cost, and Braelish soldiers and the mighty floating fortress Argoth taken by the Lord of Blades himself, was high. Now the King's Citadel must widen their world, traveling to the neighboring countries of Karnath, Thrain, and beyond. They've saved Salvation, navigated Sharn, and neutralized Razorcrag. But can they learn the Oracle's secrets, unmask the Emerald Claw, and stop a war? Only if they remember that in the end all they have is each other and the King's Citadel. Long live the King. Welcome to Eberron. Welcome to Corvair. Welcome to the world beyond Salvation.